Good evening, or as Ida seems to think, good afternoon. It's not afternoon, it's evening, but it screws me up as well, Ida, because it is quite late outside still. For those of you who are here for the first time, which I say every time, this is the Sunday Pub, where I host a variety of different friends from the booktube community, and we talk about books and whatever the hell else we want to talk about. And we have reading sprints as well, which is the strange modern practice of getting online to read together. If you've never done it, I know it sounds strange, but it's actually nice. Have a chat, read a bit, have a chat about what you read. It's quite enjoyable. So let me say hi to everybody. The Book Lounge is here. Good to see you. Thornall's here, but I mean, that's nothing special. Thornall's always here. Ida is pretty much always here as well. Most of these people are actually regulars. K2, good to see you all. Sorry to hear it, Ida. Didn't have a good week. Missed us all terribly, which is very sweet. But was reading a bad book, which is obviously not so sweet. What bad book were you reading, Ida? It's sort of a required question after a statement like that. I honestly didn't have a great week either. My mood has not been what it could be. And I could have done many probably useful things and didn't really do much at all. Ursa's here. Good to see you. Jerome's here. Good evening. Welcome to the pub. As usual, Anita's here. Anita apparently lied to me. She said she would join me on screen. And she's in the chat. What are you doing, Anita? And do I need to call this a betrayal? Have you stabbed me in the back yet again? Mitch is here. Started Boy's Life. As is once a boy with a life, it's really hitting home. I know what you mean. I read Boy's Life because Colton, who is or probably will be here soon, Colton pretty much hassled me about it every Sunday pub for weeks. And eventually I read Boy's Life, and I'm really glad I did. It reminded me a lot of Stephen King. Some Stephen King. Stephen King has written so much stuff that it's hard to know what to compare anything else to. But there are certainly things, Stephen King books, that Boy's Life has a lot in common with. Slice of life, coming of age story set in the 60s or 50s. Yeah, and weird horror-y-ish things. But I liked Boy's Life quite a lot. I hope you're enjoying it, Mitch, other than just having been a boy with a life. Ida, the bad book is Outlander. Okay. I know that was a very popular TV series. I haven't read any of the books or seen pretty much any of the TV series because I turned it on and it looked romancy, and I'm not really that keen on that. So didn't continue watching it. But sorry to hear that it wasn't so great. Robin, good to see you, man. Good evening. Anita has been delayed because she is setting up the Samara, whatever that is. I'm sure she will tell me shortly because here she is. What is the Samara?
That was supposed to be camera. My friend's name is Samira, so I somehow it ended up becoming.
I was going to say I thought it was some sort of Indian food dish that you were preparing or something. Okay, the camera. Okay, good. I'm glad you could make it. I'm glad you managed to set up your Samara. Zach and Ack, good to see you, man. Derry is chilling in the chat, not joining me on screen. That's okay, Derry. You have been on screen in the Sunday pub so often. I reckon every now and then you deserve a break where you just chill. So, how you doing, Anita?
Good. How are you doing? You know, it's been so long since I spoke with you.
I know, I know. It's almost 24 hours.
Not even 24
It's
hours.
no, it's not quite 24 hours. It's like 20 hours, about 20 hours. Yeah.
But
For those of you who weren't there, I think almost everybody in the chat was also there. Tori had a reading sprints spontaneous spontaneous stream yesterday, which I joined very spontaneously. It actually worked out perfect because I was like, I'd watched some television, I'd played video games with a friend. I was kind of done, and I was like, I want to sit down and read a little bit before I go to bed. I sat down to read, and my phone lit up and said, half an hour, Tori's doing a reading sprint stream. And I was like, okay. So, yeah. And we were both on screen there. And I think almost everybody in the chat was also in the chat there.
yeah, I guess so. And
Where did I get that Dune Penguin Galaxy Edition T-shirt? It's not officially actually that. It's a ripoff, and the ripoffs are very, very hit or miss. Like, I really wish, as someone who likes wearing T-shirts with nerd shit on them, I really wish that people who actually own the rights to nerd shit would produce more T-shirts, but they don't. So, or they do, and they're really bad T-shirts, like that you don't want to wear because they're ugly or not at all cool or interesting in any way. So I went onto Redbubble, which is one of those like digital print T-shirts places, and I ordered like 8 shirts from all sorts of different nerd IPs. And the first time I washed them, 2 of the shirts almost completely, like 80%, the design on the shirt just disappeared in the wash.
ew.
Even though I washed it cold, which is what they say you have to do. If you wash it hot, they can't guarantee the results.
Question: machine wash or hand wash?
Machine wash. I'm not going to hand wash my T-shirts. Yeah, this one has lasted really well. Like the design seems really solid. I'm never sure what it is. So I've sent back shirts, and I won't order from them anymore. Their quality is garbage and extremely, extremely inconsistent. But also students have had the last day of school for the summer. A couple days more and then summer holiday. It is actually hot here for the first time
It is hot here
ever.
too in Canada. Very hot.
It was over 30 degrees here today, which is like hasn't happened since last summer. So yeah, what's it like there?
It's 28.
Okay, I don't know what it is here right now. It's still 24 here. It was 31, and now it's 24. So, but it's also 8 in the evening here, so it's cooling down. But man, it's warm.
Yeah.
It's actually quite warm. Surprising me.
And it's only June. Next month will be very difficult.
Yeah, exactly. Chadi is here. Good to see you. Breton is here. Some oaky dude. Also, Red, Written on the Dark by Guy Gavriel Kay this week, which predictably she loved. Yeah, it seems like if you're into GGK, you pretty much love everything he wrote, except maybe Isabel and Tigana, and maybe Fiona Var, his early works. But yeah, Raf is also here in the chat. Actually home from a festival. Cool.
What festival?
Oh, I'm sure it was some sort of heavy metal satanic band, like with a logo that you can't read, but has blood dripping all over it. That's the kind of festival I expect Raf to be at. Yes, Derry. Low heat iron on reverse. I don't own an iron and I don't own an ironing board. So I can't really do that very easily. I haven't owned one in years. Like, because I work in the internet industry, I have basically 0 events where I need to wear nice clothes ever. And nobody has died in my life in a long time, so I haven't had to go to a funeral. I don't have things that I need to iron for, so I don't even own what I would need. Leakout. I remember seeing you around, but I don't remember if you've been in the pub before, Rico. Just in case, welcome to the pub if it's your first time. You're in South Africa. It's freezing cold. Yeah, well, you're in the Southern Hemisphere. Suffer is all I can say. No, we don't want you to suffer, but yeah, that's how hemispheres work. Good to see you, Aslan. So, what are you reading, Anita?
I'm reading City of Blades, Book 2 in Divine Cities by Robert Jackson Penn.
That's right. I was trying to remember, since I knew you were coming, I was trying to remember from last night what you said you were reading. And of course, I have a garbage memory, so I could not remember at all. But how is it? I remember really vaguely seeing a video where someone talked about the first book.
Yeah,
And it sounded
I
interesting.
like City of Stairs a lot. It's about, once this nation conquered everyone else and treat people like slaves, and they have gods, and one of the countries, a small country, finally killed those gods and defeated them, but now that country became poor and people are suffering. So it's full of political intrigue, and there is mystery with these gods, and there
Okay.
is a murder mystery, like one of the like professors in embassy in this country was dead, so our main character comes to investigate that, and she goes through like some like clues to find these divine beings like gods. It was very
Okay.
interesting. At least I loved it.
It sounds a little bit like, not exactly like, but sort of similar maybe to City of Last Chances.
Yeah, that's what Alan said. He also said it reminded him a lot of City of Last Chances.
Yeah, I mean, just from the description, I haven't read that one, so I don't know. But just from from thinking about City of Last Chances, I was like, weird little god shit going on, weird magic shit, weird political shit in a city. It sounds like there's some
Yeah,
overlap.
and I like the characters as well. By the end, I love all of them. And these are like same as Tyrant Philosophers. These are like standalones, same world. Characters are this has another person in as main character. Like we do see same character, but it features another character as a main character in this like completely in different city.
So apparently, my audio, my audio video sync is off.
Okay, it's fine for
I don't.
me at least.
Yeah, but it's going to be different for you than it is for someone
Yeah.
watching. Let me just turn off my camera and see if that resets it. And maybe it's better now. I don't know. Let me know.
Yes, Aslan, you
Uh,
enjoy Tyrant Philosophers. You should read this one. We are only on
Look
book
who it
2,
is.
so you can catch up with us. Hey, Evie.
George. Sorry.
George. I had a question from Brian. Hi, George. Dear Malazan Matt, is it normal to feel wiped out after reading Chapter 7 in Bone Hunters that is 85 plus pages in a huge trade paperback with small font and involves the city on fire? Yes.
Brian, you are
It is
getting
normal
old.
to feel wiped out.
You are getting old.
No, he's not. It's absolutely normal to feel wiped out after Chapter 7 of the Bone Hunters. It's a legendary chapter. It's the only excuse me. It's the only series I know of where if you say this book, this chapter, everybody who's read it knows what you're talking about. Like it's a legendary chapter, and it's a very specific
Like, is it
thing, and
war
it's a real
or
experience.
something else?
It's war, but it's also a lot more than that.
Okay.
And it's also just very long. In the edition I have, which is like smaller trade paperback, it's 125-page chapter. And for me anyway, the experience was you start reading it and there's no way you're going to stop until the chapter's over. So I made the mistake of starting reading it at 11 at night. So I didn't go to bed for a few hours because I just couldn't. And then after I finished the chapter, I was so hyped up I couldn't sleep. It's a big deal. It's a big deal chapter. Sort of universally loved and traumatizing at the same time.
Are all chapters this long in Malazan, or like only?
No.
Exception?
That's an exception. I mean, most of the chapters are long compared to many books. Like I'm reading Bee Speaker by Adrian Tchaikovsky right now. The chapters are very short. They're like 10 pages. A long chapter in this is maybe 15 or 20 pages. Malazan, you'll have 30, 40, 50 page chapters kind of normally. And then chapter 7, Bone Hunters, is 125 pages, which is crazy. But okay. Yeah, Aslan, I wish I knew what I could do about it. I think it's probably just my internet sucks at the moment. I don't know if I told everybody about my internet problems. I got fiber optic, which from the time they told me they were going to install it to the time it was actually working took 4 months. And then it worked for a month or two. And then the chimney sweep came. We still have very traditional chimney sweeps who still dress up as if they're in the 19th century. They have these really funky uniforms. The chimney sweep came. And he came and said, "Hi, I'm gonna." They also now, like modern chimney sweeps, they check the smoke alarms, make sure they're working, and but they also clean the chimney. He goes and cleans the chimney. My internet stops working. I don't connect that myself to the chimney sweep because why would you? And he comes by and I sign the paper that he's done what he's meant to do, and he leaves. And I'm like, my fucking internet, and I've got to do something with my internet now. And then he comes back. And he's like, I was just in the basement again, and I think I broke something. I'm like, what? You cleaned the chimney. What could you break? Did you break the chimney? He's like, no, but there was a cable in the chimney. There shouldn't be any cables in the chimney. But there was a cable in the chimney, and I broke it in half. I was like, you killed my internet.
Isn't that that sounds like it probably was installed wrong? Because it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it was totally installed wrong. You cannot legally install a fiber optic cable in an active chimney. That's just idiocy. But they did it. And a couple of days ago, I spent like an hour on hold speaking to 5 different people at the phone internet company. And one of them actually suggested that I pay for them to install the cable the way they should have installed it in the first place.
Did you tell them to F off?
Oh, yeah. I said, can you put your boss on the line, please?
So what's...
That's the dumbest suggestion I've ever heard. You fucked up the install and I should pay you to do it correctly? No. That is not going to happen.
So did they do it right finally?
No, they like after an hour on the phone and getting passed from person to person through 5 people, the 5th guy, first of all, laughed his ass off. He was really cute. He was like, "Excuse me, but this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard." I'm like, I'm totally with you, dude. Only your company did it. Yes, it is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. I've ever heard. And he said they're going to send a technical guy, a techie out to have a look at it, bless you, and make a plan on Friday. And then I wait 2 hours when the guy's meant to arrive. And then I get a call from another idiot telling me everything that happened. And I was like, dude, all of what you're telling me is stuff that I told you. Like your company didn't know about it until I told you this story. You don't need to tell me this story. What's happening now? What are we doing today? Well, the tech is not coming, and we have to figure out what to do. I was like, okay, I'll call you again in 2 months when you've done nothing again. Anyway, enough about. Yes, Charya, it is in the chimney because they're idiots. And Aslan, yes, it's in an active chimney. The way it works in Germany is, I don't know about laws everywhere else, but if you have, as a landlord, if you own a building and you have a chimney in the building and there is anything connected to it, whether anyone is using it or not, that chimney has to be maintained so it could be used. Right? So I have 3 large heating ovens, like tiled from 100 years ago, tiled ovens in my flat, which I could burn coal in to heat my flat. And they're attached to the chimney. So the chimney has to be maintained and it has to be usable, even though no one in the building uses their ovens. Like no one's actually burning coal anymore. But they do no longer use small children to sweep chimneys. No, they have the chimney sweep doesn't actually go down into the chimney as far as I know. But they do go up in the roof
on a
5-story building.
Children instead.
Yeah, exactly. This guy was medium height and in his 20s. So kind of a child, but not really. How you doing, Evie?
I'm good.
Did you go do the thing?
What?
Did you go do the thing?
Yesterday I did. Today
it was yesterday.
Yeah, today I was running errands to get, dog food. Like I had to get Fortiflora, like probiotic for George. And one store, even though it said they had it in stock, I went there, they're like, yeah, we don't have it in stock. I'm like, mother trucker. So I had to drive 30 minutes to another store to get it. But then I wound up grocery shopping afterwards, so it kind of worked. So.
Right. Dairy, that may work in some systems. Not all. I'm pretty sure not all systems are built to actually recognize your voice when you're in the automatic part of the automated phone system. But what I always do is I always just hit the pound as soon as it picks up. I just hit the pound sign repeatedly,
or the 0, yeah,
over and over and over and over again, because that always registers at some point as an error that a human has to deal with.
Yeah.
So you just hit the pound sign like 20 times and then wait for the
and also, as someone who used to work in customer technical support for an internet provider, I will not say which one, but it's one of 2 of the big ones in the US. You can still be angry and firm, but don't abuse the poor technical support people.
I said to one of the guys started getting really defensive, and I was like, dude, let's take a break. I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at the horrible job that your company as a whole has done. It's not personal, but you are my contact to your company. So I think at this point, I have a right to be pretty pissed off, and it's your job to be as patient as you can. So could you chill out? And I'll try and chill out a little more, but I'm pissed. I just want you to understand that. If you can't solve my problem right now, because your buddy who I just talked to suggested I pay for the cable to be installed correctly.
Yeah.
So like, it's not you, but I'm still pissed. Sorry.
There was one time that I was on, I can't remember what it was for, but it was obviously something like that enraged me because I was so pissed. I was on the phone with customer support for something. It wasn't internet or anything. Maybe it was the phone. I don't know what it was. But this was obviously after I had my technical support job or whatever. And I was raising my voice, like not yelling at the person, but I was kind of venting, and then I stopped myself. I'm like, the person on the other line was just like, very understanding, like, oh, I understand, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, and I just stopped myself and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I was like, I know that I'm yelling, but I'm not yelling at you. I know it's not your fault. Like, I'm just very frustrated. And she's like, I completely
Yeah.
understand. Let's get you help. And she got me to her supervisor, and with not even me asking, and it worked out.
So often they really like.
People want
I designed a.
People want to help. They understand.
Yeah, generally, one of my good friends who I play on console with all the time, Daniel, who is sometimes in the chat here. He works for a tech support, phone support thing for internet and mobile company. So I hear the stories from his side quite a bit, actually. Aslan, no, I don't use the chimney. I don't think anyone in my building uses the chimney. There are 10 flats in my building, but we all still have connected ovens. So the chimney needs to be working. The thing that always gets me is that these people, first of all, every time I get past to a new person, it seems like the new person has no idea what's going
that
on.
frustrates me a lot.
That's always
So I have to start all over. And I've got it down to like 30 seconds where I can say, okay, before you say anything, here's the story, because you're going to start asking me questions and it's going to drive me fucking insane. Here's the entire story. And now that I've told you the entire story, what are you going to do to solve it? That's all I want. I don't want to discuss this, you know? Oh man. Oh my God. It makes me insane. At least there was only a cable in your chimney. Raccoons are far worse. Yeah, sure. I'm glad I don't have raccoons, but I'd like to have my fiber optic back. I mean, they switched me to, the other awesome thing was like the fourth person I talked to, they were like, and when all of this gets solved, all you have to do is call up and ask for the money back. And I was like, what money? He was like, the money you've been paying for the fiber optic. I was like, you guys switched me 3 months ago down to DSL. Are you telling me I'm paying for DSL and fiber optic right now? He said, yes. I said, could you stop that immediately and give me the money for the last 3 months back immediately? Because I have told you that there is no fiber optic and you have accepted that. So what are you charging me for? He was like, well, until the whole situation is solved, we can't do that. But when it all gets worked out,
I'm
if it's
getting
never resolved,
frustrated now.
you'll never get your money back. There you go.
I was just like, it's a really good thing that you don't have to physically meet with people to get phone and internet things, because I'm not a violent person, but I swear I would have punched a guy a couple days ago when I was on the phone with them if they had been right in front of me. I just
Unrelated.
Good.
I am up through chapter 11. I'm almost finished with part 1 of Bee Speaker, by the way.
Cool.
What chapter
Cool.
are you up to?
I just finished section part 2 and I'm at the beginning of chapter 27.
Okay. So I'm not terribly far behind.
No, I've been taking it kind of easy.
Pitying
I haven't
me.
been rushing it or
Pitying
anything.
me is what you're trying to say. Pitying me.
Yeah, pretty much. Congratulations on not yet being a father, Brian.
Oh,
I also have not had any knocks on the door.
That's what it means. No knock on the door means. I did not get the joke.
Nobody has turned up to tell him
Yeah,
he's a
I
father.
get it now.
Yeah, I always say I don't have any children that I know of. Yes, Aslan, the cable is broke only for my apartment, but it's not really the trunk that goes into my building is broke, but I'm the only one in the building that has fiber optic because nobody else signed up for it because they don't care, I guess. DSL is good enough for them and whatever. But I work in the internet and I play a lot of video games and watch a lot of videos streamed and yeah. Yeah, no, it's the trunk, the main connection from the outside to the inside of the building. That cable goes through the chimney. And then I think what they were planning, because it's convenient and they were lazy, is put it through the chimney, and then when they have to do a branch off of it to go into the different flats, it's easier because the chimney runs right in the middle of all of the flats. So, yeah, that's a good idea. I should get a leash for Fitz and go and have her claw the crap out of them. I just clipped her claws though, so yeah.
Don't worry, she can still do damage.
That's true, especially with the back claws. Yeah, it's almost true what you said, Raf. One might suggest that the way phone support works is suboptimal. Yeah, phone support is garbage. I designed a phone support software system years ago, and did a lot of interviews with people who do phone support. So got their side of it, like what kind of stuff they're dealing with. I think the biggest problem in the system is that they're being judged on how many things they not necessarily correctly deal with in how much time. So getting someone on the phone and getting them off the phone as quick as possible is their motivation. Yep. Not solving your problem, but just ticking off, I talked to someone.
Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, luckily, I mean, not that it makes any kind of difference at all, but Telecom sent a rate your experience questionnaire afterwards. And I was like, well, you've got a scale from 0 to 10, but you don't have a poo emoji. So I'm just going to pick 0, and I'll explain to you exactly why. Oh, it's just so irritated. Yeah. So annoying.
Anita, what are you reading? Finish Trader's Blade, remind me. Oh yeah, City Blades. Never mind.
You were also there yesterday, weren't you?
I was. My brain is not working.
And I'm using this bookmark
That's
my
what I said.
friend made me.
Oh, nice.
Happiness can be found in the darkest of times if only one remembers to turn on the light.
Oh,
From Harry Potter.
Very nice.
It got lost.
Hello, Justin. Hello, Peter.
Happy
20th birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Peter. Good to see you. How do we feel about a sprint?
I don't know how I feel about a sprint, but I do feel positive things about a sprint. I can't do the German.
A sprint?
What? Yes,
Splint?
thank you. I can't. My tongue doesn't work that way to say it that way.
Yeah, it took a while. I certainly still don't pronounce everything perfect when I speak German, but it took a while for me to get a lot of the things. There are a lot of little nuancy things that really took a long time. It takes a long time to even hear them correctly, let alone be able to make your mouth make those sounds. Or, I mean, we have a couple of Scandinavians in the chat. Fuck that shit. I lived in Denmark for over a year, and I could, I'd hear them say things, and I'm like, human mouths don't do that. I don't know how you did that. I don't believe that you actually did that with your mouth. I cannot do that with my mouth. It's not possible. So, yeah. Who gets a shiny from Galadriel? Peter? Because it's his birthday? Galadriel doesn't give birthday gifts. She gives, you're going off to get yourself killed gifts. She does. Like, while you're off getting yourself killed, here's a little light. Enjoy.
Tharnal, I love your grandmother. Thank you.
Thornell's grandma is awesome, apparently.
Thank you. Listen.
Yeah, and I don't think...
Same Aslan.
I don't think, Aslan, that anyone needs to control their accent. Like, everybody has an accent. I've spoken to so many people who say, "Oh, your accent's so nice," and I'm like, "Well, you've got an accent too," and they're like, "No, I don't. I don't have an accent." Like, everyone has a fucking accent. You just have an accent that's similar to the people you spend time around. That's all. And mine's different, but you all have an accent. Everyone has an accent. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Well, You can keep typing words, Derry. We'll read them when we get back from the sprint. That's fine. We don't mind. We won't stop
Oh, Derry, belated birthday! I'm
Belated
so
happy
sorry I missed it.
birthday, Derry.
Happy birthday, Derry.
This Friday? Like,
No, it
day
was
before
this
yesterday?
past
It was
Friday.
last Friday, 2
Like,
days ago.
13th.
Happy birthday. Exactly. Friday the 13th was her birthday. Was it a bad luck day? I hope it was a good luck day, Derry, for you. That would suck if it was your birthday. Cows have accents. What?
What?
Wow, that's interesting. So what do cows say in New Zealand? Sex? Or that's a Kiwi joke. Sorry. Derry will get it. Nobody else will get it.
No idea.
Well, I mean, to
When Kiwis count, they say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sex. Not six. They say sex. So yeah.
to be fair,
Sort
though, to Derry's point, pretty sure there have been like studies on orca pods, and like they're all, or even dolphins. Like dolphin pods have different dialects essentially between each pod and
Right.
and community or whatever. So
Makes sense that at a certain level of maybe intelligence, you develop your own sort of thing in your group, and other groups that are separate from you don't develop those things. Sorry to hear it, Derry.
sorry, Derry.
Big hug. I was just watching. I had to think about you a lot just before the pub, Derry, because I was watching Nerd of the Rings. It's a YouTube channel. It's this guy. He's just like a super Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth fan, not just the movies, but the books and video games and everything. And he was lucky enough, or he had the money enough to do a New Zealand trip and visit all the places where things were filmed, and go to Weta Workshop, who did all the special effects and made the armor and stuff and all of that. And the whole time I had to, Weta Workshop is in Wellington, where Derry lives. So I had to constantly think of Derry. Hope your days improve. Thornall mixing his categories of things. Kiwi's the best fruit in the whole bird realm. But it's
Or is it
true.
the best
I mean, like,
bird in the fruit realm? Who knows?
kind of the same. Yeah, either way, because like a kiwi fruit does look like a kiwi bird, just without the beak and legs. Like you could kind of imagine that they just rip off the beak and legs and
Now
sell
I
them
can't
as
unsee
fruit.
it.
Yeah, they do. You just turn a kiwi fruit like this, and then put a beak and little legs, and yeah. Yes, Evie beat you, Recut.
Not physically, though. I would never.
K2, where the fuck are you from? Are you Dutch or something? You can't ask a woman how old she is. Jesus. Didn't you have a mother?
Listen, ask me how old I am. I will tell you. I don't care. I have no shame.
Yeah, but you don't know that. I mean, I would kind of assume that of you, but there are so many women who I think would definitely not tell you.
Yes. This is a PSA for anyone and everyone. Never ask a woman that you don't know her age, her weight, or if she's pregnant.
Last one.
My stepbrother, my stepbrother and my stepdad and I. My stepbrother and stepdad are Australian. The three of us were doing a trip together in the US. We had old family friends, this couple who lived in North Carolina, but they used to live in Australia. We hadn't seen them in years. And we get there, and my kind of goofy stepbrother, as soon as the door opens, he's like, "Congratulations!" And they were like, "What?" And he's like, "You're pregnant."
What?
She's like, "No, I'm not." Yeah, never. Never assume someone's pregnant. It's going to make your entire visit after not seeing each other for years extremely uncomfortable. I say from experience. Yeah. Derry just turned 51. She's still young. Spring chicken.
50
Yeah.
is new 30s. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'm only 36. That's good to know. Nice. Yeah. Always ask her astrological sign if she likes walks on the beach. Yes. Exactly. And then she'll feel like a Playboy centerfold. Yes. True, Raf. Yes, if you are a doctor, you might have to ask, but you would then also have a very good reason for it. Unlike everybody else, pretty much.
And even then, only if it's your personal doctor that you're going to an appointment for. If you're just a doctor walking on the street, that does not give you.
If you're just a doctor who just met someone randomly, yeah, don't just
Don't
ask
feel
people out of
bad.
the
I'm a
blue.
doctor, so I have a reason to ask.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a doctor. Could you please take your clothes off now, and I will give you an
I
examination.
just had like a
Yeah,
triggered flashback to that scene in Barehead. Oh,
barehead. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I should have thought of that. Yeah. Hello, Daniel.
Again-
you are late today.
again,
Points will be deducted.
I'm just gonna say how triggering that book made me. And Matt, you know how badly that book triggered me. That it's now my favorite book of Adrian Tchaikovsky's. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And this is honestly, I saw a discussion about this somewhere else where people were talking about a very, I think it was actually Four Corners of the Page and Johanna and Alan or somebody. Anyway, they were talking about a very horrific, very hard to read scene in Malazan in book 9, Dust of Dreams. And one of the things, like I can totally understand, and I will never argue with anybody who says that's too much for me. I'm going to stop reading, or I don't want to read it. I'm just going to skip the chapter and continue, or whatever. I totally understand that. But I would never say that hard to read scenes shouldn't ever be in a book. That seems ridiculous to me, because the contrast between those hard to read things and the maybe eventual victory against that adversity, or the turning around of things, can make a book better than it would have been without those things.
Counterpoint. I understand what you are saying, but at the same time, those hard scenes, they have to make sense to me in terms of plot, not for like shock reaction. Suppose.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Example. Sorry, Derry. She's in the comments. Again, the scene in Live Ships, I don't agree that it is required for the story. That is my stand. I'll never change my stand. That is not at all required.
I wouldn't agree, but yeah, without spoilers, we can't really argue about it in detail. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think so, it is possible, and it does happen, that an author will write something and they are maybe not glorifying, but they are reveling in the horribleness of it. And it's mostly for that the scene is in the book. And I can't stand.
I think there's a spectrum of gratuitous and unnecessary, and necessary to the plot or whatever. And I think it's gratuitous and justified, and then unnecessary and unnecessary kind of can go between. It's like a weird like chaos, lawful chaos, whatever type triad Dungeons and Dragons thing. But I even
Matt,
though
I'm
I
not
really
sure
struggle,
if you Johanna wants to join. Go ahead.
I did see it. I invited her already. Yep.
do think that Ship of Destiny, that scene in Ship of Destiny is, while I struggled with it, especially on reread, and while I don't think it's necessarily, no pun intended, necessary, I don't think it's gratuitous at the same time. Does
Yeah,
that make sense?
I tend to agree with Derry that it is absolutely necessary. It's the peak of a particular character's, not the absolute peak, but it's the first big peak of one particular character's depravity, and you know they're always going that direction. It's kind of clear that like they would probably do something like that, but them actually doing it is crossing a line. And to me, it's important in the story that they cross that line.
Okay.
It makes a difference. They didn't have to, but if they didn't cross that line, it would have been a very different story.
My problem with that is, okay, it's very difficult to discuss that without spoilers, so I'll just end with one sentence. My problem is with how it was dealt with after the scene, actually. It did not make any impact to the rest of the story other than going down for other characters.
Right. Again, I wouldn't really 100% agree with that, but I think we've worn out the discussion without spoilers.
Maybe one day we'll have spoiler discussion. Yeah,
exactly. Instead of discussing this further, let's talk to Johanna.
Hi, Johanna.
Hello. How's it going?
Johanna can actually join the pub. Oh my god.
see
been-
now there is some classiness to the pub.
Whoa,
Finally.
Anita.
Are you saying Evie's not classy?
I mean,
I know I'm
I was
not,
gonna say, I
but-
know I'm not. Are you saying that's not?
See, you made my points for me, so I don't need to add anything. Sorry, Johanna, go ahead.
For all of you in the chat who don't know, I invited Johanna to the pub every week for months, and she was always busy, which is fine. I'm not giving Johanna any shit for it, but
No, give it.
I invited her for a while, and then I was like, I'm not going to try and invite you every week. I know you're busy. That's fine, but she's here, which is awesome. And Derry's right. You look super pretty
thank
today.
you, Derry. That's so sweet. Wow. Well, I'm so glad I
Yeah.
could make it. To be honest with you, most Sundays I try to get a lot of things done, and I also try to go a bit unplugged, meaning I try not to get on Discord as much between certain hours during the day, or get on YouTube or Instagram or anything. But some days I just give up, and I'm like, it's been a time. So
Screw it. I'm going to go to join
going
the pub.
So yeah, I just
Yeah,
wanted to
very
join
cool.
today, and it's been a while, like you said. So yeah, I'm here, and I heard you all talking about me to some degree as well. Talking about, what was it, Toll the Hounds?
Bone
That's the
hunters,
dream.
I think.
No, the thing I mentioned was you had a discussion, I think, with David and someone else about that. I'll just say the Hetan scene in Dust of Dreams.
Yeah.
Or is it Toll the Hounds? I think it's
Sorry,
Dust
it
of
is
Dreams.
Dust of Dreams. You're right, Dust of Dreams.
Yeah,
Dust
yeah.
of Dreams. No, I just wanted to say that I completely agree with everything you were saying, Matt. I personally never say that something shouldn't be in a book, because the second that you say that, you fall down this slippery slope of censorship, and it just gets sticky. But you can say that I did
Who's going to
not
be
like
the one that decides what should and
Right.
shouldn't be in any
Right.
book? Like
Mhm.
whose morality is defining
Yeah.
that?
I mean, you can
That's
say,
very
I wish
problematic.
this was not in the book.
Evie's
You
apparently.
can't say, I wish this wasn't
Yeah,
in the book. Like, I think that's different, though.
Totally.
Mhm.
I'm sorry I read that.
Yeah.
That's all valid. Absolutely. Hi, Marianne.
And
Good
by
to
the
see
way,
ya.
is my screen backwards still? Like, is it?
It's
I
correct
Thank
now.
you
flipped it.
so
I
much.
flipped it.
I was wondering for a second,
Yeah.
like, maybe I look better backwards, since I got the compliment.
We can take a
I
vote.
always look in the mirror and like, why don't I look better? Like, look like how I look in the mirror when I'm not in the mirror. Like, what's going on?
So everybody in the chat, this is Johanna A, and this is Johanna B. Which one looks better? A or
Looks
B?
exactly the same because
This is
it's very
B.
unusual
This is
for
A.
someone.
B. I don't know. I'm used to look at B every day in her videos every time.
This is B.
B.
Yes. Johanna has a very symmetrical
Yeah,
face,
Aw.
apparently.
perfect.
Actually, it's really weird. It's really, really weird. I did an experiment with this years ago when I was studying photography. I took a lot of photos of people, like straight on portraits, and made 2 portraits out of them, which were their face split in half. And one of them was the left side and then the left side flipped together. And the other one was the right side and the right side flipped together. And everyone looks really weird.
I did that.
I like
Everyone.
that, 'cause we're always
Nobody's face is
A
symmetrical.
little bit, yeah.
And it's also like it's dependent upon
There
like
you go.
how you part
Marianne
your hair. If you have
has the
longer
right answer.
hair, and like you have to
Oops.
make sure you're looking straight at a camera, not like any sort of. You gotta make sure the light is the same. And
Yeah.
I have to point out really
Yeah.
quickly, thank you so much, Marianne, and also that Belltube said that he read that chapter, and I got so excited. Chapter 7 in the Bone Hunters, y'all. If you know, you know. So
Yeah, we talked about it. We talked about it early in the stream. He mentioned it. He asked me if it's normal to feel like you've been beaten up, and I was like, yeah, it's totally normal.
it's a huge,
it's a
it's a
traumatic
huge
chapter.
It's powerful. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, and it's not it's not beat up in the way that we were just talking about, like triggering scenes or anything. I don't think there's anything in that chapter that I would call triggering in that
Yeah.
kind of way. It's just kind of exhausting.
For sure.
The characters in the chapter go through
They go
a
through a
lot.
lot. It's what I
Yeah.
like to describe as a rite of passage journey. And I feel, and we talked about this, I think in the Malazan part of the Discord, the Fireside Discord, that no other series do I know of. I'm sure somebody will come up with an exception, but no other series do I know of where you say chapter 7 out of a huge 10-book series and everybody knows what you're talking about.
You don't even need to name the book. You just say chapter 7, and everyone in Malazan's like, "Oh yeah, I know what you." Yeah, ooh.
I mean, you could
Yeah.
say that with Realms of the Elderlings, chapter 26.
Oh, which book?
Well, oh wait,
See?
no, you
I haven't read
haven't.
it though.
not
You
quite
haven't
the
read,
same.
She hasn't read, so it's the same thing.
I'm still
Yeah.
on this book. And it's
Okay.
taken me a
That's
while.
my favorite live ships.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm liking it so
I
far.
think Ship of
That will
Destiny
be in like
was my
top
favorite.
5 in entire realm of Elderlings.
Oh, wow.
Mad Ship is an
Yeah.
awesome book. I think for me it was Ship of Destiny because I always like the stuff that's been built up coming together, the convergence
Ah,
thing where and Ship of Destiny is like there are some epic things coming together and colliding.
yeah.
Stuff.
Darius validated me. See, I'm not wrong. Chapter 26.
Yeah. Chapter but chapter 26 in which book?
In really any of them.
What? That's not the same, I think.
I'm pretty sure chapter 26 in every book is not epic.
Let's see what the
Or is it in one that I also haven't gotten to yet?
No,
in
you've
the last-
definitely, you've
the last
definitely read
trilogy?
at least 2 of them.
I've read 20 Man.
You've read 2 of them
Okay.
at least. Maybe even 3.
2 chapter 26. See, I'm unaware, like this is to me kind of, at least for myself, proof that it's not like chapter 7 in Bone Hunters because I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not in a big enough Realm of the Elderlings fan is what I'm hearing, Matt.
Apparently.
Clearly, I
I've
am
only read
bigger
almost all of it
Clearly,
twice.
I'm a bigger fan than you,
Yeah.
Matt.
And
Yeah.
you've also finished the
Not
entire
physically.
series.
Not physically though.
Hmm?
I am physically a bigger fan than you, but
I mean,
yeah,
you never know. You
emotionally
get to
you
be
may
like
be a
7
bigger
foot
fan than I
tall.
am.
That doesn't count. Physical
Unlikely.
strength doesn't count when it comes to readers.
I wasn't saying I was stronger, just bigger. I've been to India.
I am from
Right,
India, so I'm
and-
strong.
That's what I'm saying. So I can assume with reasonable certainty that you're a head shorter than me, because everywhere I went in India, I had a clear view of everything all the time.
Okay, there are.
The biggest Indian I met came up to like here on me.
That's not true. At least, okay, Indian
totally true.
women are mostly shorter. There are exceptions, obviously, but I met many
Yes.
tall men actually.
Well,
I mean,
everyone's
how
as
tall are you?
someone
7
who's
feet?
short,
Okay.
everyone is tall when you're short. So, you know.
I'm
Yeah.
short, so I
Yeah.
can attest to that.
And everyone's short when you're tall. I'm not like crazy tall. I'm a bit over 6 foot. I'm like
Oh, then
6'1".
you're
You're tall.
obviously tall.
So 185
You know, you
centimeters for
doesn't
those
you
of you
don't
who
look
use
tall
sensible
in videos.
measurements.
When I met Sarah recently, the first reaction, I was waiting.
I don't have legs in
I was
videos.
waiting in the reception of her hotel. She came out of the elevator. I looked at her. I was like, "Oh my god, you're tall." That's my first
Wait,
reaction.
how tall is she?
She is tall. I wasn't expecting that.
How tall is she though?
I don't know. She told me I forgot actually. Maybe 5'10".
Holy crap.
That's tall. That's tall.
I used to work with two guys. I used to work with a bunch of guys, and almost everybody was remote. So we're always on screen for meetings and stuff. And one guy always looked like this. And another guy always looked like this.
Makes a
That
difference.
And when I met them in real life for the first time, the guy I had always assumed was actually quite short was taller than me, and the guy I'd always
guy
assumed
that
was
was, like,
quite tall was really
fat?
short, like really short. Yeah,
this
exactly.
the
One of
tall
the guys
guy?
always had a exactly. He had a really high up camera that was facing down at him, and I always just immediately thought in my head, "Oh, he's a little guy." And the other guy always had a low camera facing up, and I thought, "Oh, he's got to be tall." And it was exactly the opposite. I was totally blown away when I met them. I was like, "You can't be tall and you can't be short. This is wrong." Dan's here.
Johanna, what are you reading?
Hi, Dan.
What are you asking?
What are you reading?
Me? I'm reading
Johanna,
Hatchet.
what are you reading?
Oh, yeah.
Hatchet
that's
and
sure.
Book of the New Sign, The Claw of the Conciliator. And I'm reading that book
Oh,
one chapter a
damn.
day. One chapter a day with my friend Jake from Nerd Level Rising. And we're talking about it one chapter a day. And I find that has been just the most wonderful way to consume Gene Wolfe because there's so much that's to unpack
Wait.
in each chapter.
Are you
One a day is a good idea.
talking story as well, or is
Yeah,
are they not?
I'm in that huge read along. I'm the one female in this whole huge group read along for Book of the New Sun.
Is that why they invited you to represent all females? That's
Right?
a poor joke.
I'm just one female reader, but you know, I think it is helpful. I mean, even though I'm just one female, I can't speak for all females. I think it does help to have a female perspective, especially because the main character does have a very strong male gaze, and I think that comes
There's a
through
lot of things to say about female stuff in those books. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think for every book could use both perspectives. During Realm of Ella Links, in all my discussions, I try to include, both. I mean, I'm a girl, obviously, so I try to include at least one guy.
Well, I think it's wonderful that you have that
AKA
perspective too, that you're not only female, but you're Indian. I think that also adds interesting perspective too.
That's why I read things little different. That's why Rainwells worked for me a lot, because that Bingtown setup and the culture, it is very similar to Indian, so I could relate to that so much. And Rainwells worked. That's why it worked a lot for me.
Yeah. And yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with
I had
Raph,
to-
Book of the New Sun. I mean, so far, obviously, there's a lot in Book of the New Sun that I have no idea about, and I'm kind of swimming in the dark a little bit. But what I'm piecing together is so much fun, and it's so much fun to talk back and forth with somebody else who's new to the series, because we're just building off each other's ideas and theories, and it's so interesting. And Wolfe writes in such an interesting way, like he's writing.
Oh yeah.
His sense of tone and atmosphere is at a high bar for me.
And he also, I think, sometimes I'll read an author and there are bits where I'm not sure what's going on, and it feels like that was maybe a bit of a fumble from the author. It's never a fumble with Wolfe.
Yeah.
Like, you know exactly what he wants you to know, and you have questions exactly where he wants you to have questions.
That is
And-
quite the command over a story.
Oh, he's masterful. And I mean, he also, like, I've read it 4 times now, And every single time I hit something and I was like, I don't remember this being in here. Like, there are clues. If you catch them, there are clues about all sorts of things you didn't understand all the way through the story.
Wow.
All 4 or 5 books. Like, he's quite a master.
And
No,
he writes
no
in such an
question.
interesting way because I find his prose, like his sentences in and of themselves aren't difficult to read. I feel like he almost has a smooth, clear way of navigating a sentence. And at the same time, as he does that, it's still cryptic.
Yeah.
It's so strange the way he's able to do that. Like make his narrative cryptic and at the same time his prose very smooth and clear.
Yeah.
It's the strangest paradox.
He more than any author I've ever read, he gave me the joy of discovering something in what he was writing. Like he very often, because of the perspective of the character that's telling the story, and also sort of the timeline, like when this book is set in the history of the world, he writes a lot of things in a way that is very obscure and kind of unclear. But if you think about what the description said, and then you apply what you know about the world to it, like I've had more aha moments where I'm reading something and I'm like, I don't know what is he talking about? And I thought about it for a minute. I was like, oh, okay, I know what he meant with that, because it relates to our world, you know. And he does that all the time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
See, I've been doing it a lot with like biblical references. There are certain things
Yeah.
and I'm thinking, is this an allusion to this in the Bible or that in the Bible or this religious figure or symbol? Fortunately,
Also,
I grew up Catholic, so I have some familiarity with it.
I went to a
But not-
Catholic boys' school, and that helped a lot. Like
Oh,
knowing
well,
Catholicism helps with Gene Wolfe, or at least with Book of the New Sun. I agree with Jerome as well. I've read other Gene Wolfe and not liked any of it. In fact, I DNF'd a book by him because I was just like, this is so fucking boring. It's unbelievable. But Book of the New Sun, like I said, I've read it 4 times. I really like it.
I don't know how much I would pick on that. For example, I read Chronicles of Narnia like long back, 50, 20 years back maybe. I did not know that there is a lot of biblical themes or anything
oh,
until recently when somebody told me about that. I mean,
It's
you
pretty
only-
Christian, yeah.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
did not know that. For me, it's like fantasy. That's all.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, when
Yeah,
I read Narnia when I was like 8, and of course I didn't get any of the religious stuff in it really either. At the time, it was just a fun fantasy adventure with kids, you know.
Yeah.
So
I went to Catholic school for elementary school, and I remember my 3rd grade teacher reading that aloud to us. So I don't remember if I knew that then, though. So it's a good question. I think you can read it and not realize all of the allegory in it.
yeah, this is the other thing. Like the basic story of Book of the New Sun, he explains it to you in the first couple of pages.
Okay. Going back and
The
rereading them now.
The whole story. Reread the first, knowing what you know now, reread the very first chapter. He explains where the story's going in the first couple of pages. I mean, just the fact that the guy narrating it is narrating it first person from the future, and he tells you who he is in the future.
I mean, that's not a.
Hey, that happens in Folding Knife
I was
as
going to
well.
say that's not
You know,
not a new thing. It's not a groundbreaking
Yeah.
thing. That's just called
No.
retrospective narrative.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it is.
Of course, but there are details in the first chapter which you don't understand when you read the first chapter because you don't know anything about the world and what's going on. And once you know a bit more, you go back and read the first chapter and you're like, oh, it was always right there, kind of, you know.
Got it.
Okay. No, retrospective first person is like, he didn't invent it. I mean, he did write the books in the 60s, but there's that point of view existed before that. Yeah.
So cool. I'm so glad to be reading this series right now. I just find it fascinating.
It's I recommend it. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it to everybody because it is confusing. And it can be hard work if you want to put the work in. And if you don't, you will probably feel a bit lost a lot of the time. But I love his prose. I love how masterfully he is like revealing things bit by bit, and how you can get up to the third book and then go, oh my God, that thing in the first book. Oh, damn. You know, like multiple places in the books, you just sort of like, oh, okay, I get it. You know, it's really, really, really good. I agree with Thornall. I tried Wizard Knight, which is 2 books, Wizard and Knight, by Jing Wolfe. That came out long after Book of the New Sun. I grabbed those and tried them, and I DNF'd the first one. I was like, I'm just not interested. I just found it kind of boring. There was a short story by him that I bumped into recently, and I was like, oh, cool, a Gene Wolfe short story I've never read. And then I started reading it, and I was like, oh my God. It was in a series, it was in a collection with KJ Parker story, which was awesome. There was a Glenn Cook story that was awesome. There was an Erickson story. I think it was Swords and Dark Magic, I think. It's kind of an older collection from the 80s or early 90s. And then there was a Gene Wolfe story in it, and I was like, awesome, I love Gene Wolfe, or I love Book of the New Sun anyway. And it was a short story, and I DNF'd it. It was so boring. Oh my God.
You could be boring in a short story. It's just the most miserable thing in the world. It's happened to me.
How can you write a boring short story? Like, yeah, it totally did. It was only like 25 pages, and I got to like page 10, and I was like, I don't care what happens in the next 15 pages. I don't care. I'm bored. I'm out.
What are you all reading right now, and how are you feeling about what you're reading right now?
I am reading City of Blades, Book 2 in Divine Cities by Robert Jackson Bennett. I'm only in the beginning, obviously, like 25 pages into it. I loved book 1, actually, City of Stairs. I love the world building and the mystery intrigue. It's about, once upon a time, this nation conquered every other nation with their gods. Now one nation killed their gods, and now they become poor. So there is a murder mystery. There is so one person comes to investigate, and we come across this old divine things who are supposed to be dead. And it also deals with what happens when the oppressor become the oppressed. So it's very
cool.
I love the first book, and I'm already liking the second one.
Oh, nice. The only thing I've read from him is the first book in the Founders trilogy. I can't remember what it's called anymore.
Foundry Side?
Yes, Foundry Side. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Yep. There's a talking key that reminded me of Alan because it talks in all caps. And so every time I read it, I was just imagining Alan's voice in my head. But I had a lot of fun with that. There were some plot things that I felt like were kind of plot holes in it. And then, I don't know, I just didn't feel compelled to continue the series, but I had an okay time with it at the time. Yeah. What about you, Evie? What are you reading?
Evie and I can do it in synchronized. Oh. What are we reading, Evie?
Speaker. Also, I'm reading Helen of Troy.
Oh, cool.
Very slowly.
We're reading this together. We are the Adrian Tchaikovsky fan club. I mean, Anitha belongs to the fan club too, but she's not reading B Speaker. And it's good.
Yeah, cool.
The Dogs of War series, which may or may not be a trilogy.
I'm just going to take it one book at a time.
On that.
Like in the same way that
I mean, B Speaker just came out, which is the third book.
Well,
so, it's a trilogy for now.
I'm just treating it the same way as Tyrant Philosophers, which I know technically it's going to be 5 books or whatever, but like it's just one book at a time until he is done telling whatever story he's telling. So,
and they're quite different. They're especially this one. This one, there's quite a time jump between this and Barehead, which was the second book. Like quite a time jump. And they're kind of separate books, but they're in the same universe and with similar themes going on and stuff. But it's very interesting. So far, I'd say Barehead was better.
I
Or I enjoyed Barehead more, maybe is a better way to put it. But I haven't finished.
Again, like I think what he's exploring is like so different that it's really hard to compare. Like it's hard for me to compare Dogs of War and Barehead, but just the themes that he's exploring in Barehead just like enraged me and like obviously connected me.
In apparently good ways.
Justified rage. But this will mean nothing to you, Matt, because you have not yet read House of Open Wounds or Days of Shattered Faith. But Beastmaker
I haven't.
Is giving me the same vibes of when I had started Days of Shattered Faith. Like, which makes sense because assuming that the publication, release coincides with when he was writing them, he basically wrote this after finishing Days of Shattered Faith.
I think Evie is becoming a big Tchaikovsky fan because when she read City of Last Chance, she was like, "Oh, this is so good." Then when she read House of Open Worlds, "Oh my God, this is the best book. This is my favorite." And then she read Days of Shattered Fate. Then she's like, "Oh my God, this is my favorite."
Oh,
and
wow.
same reaction with Barehead.
And then she read Barehead, and she's like, "Oh my God, this is my favorite." Yeah. Every new book by him is
I
Evie's
really
new
like
favorite.
the way the man writes. What can I say? So,
Yeah.
Yes, finally, everyone should read.
Also, like you definitely like if you've only read Shards of Earth, you are doing yourself a disservice. You need to read the second and the third books as well. It's a trilogy. The Final Architecture, for anyone who doesn't know, it's the best Motley Crue space opera I've ever bumped into.
Agreed.
It's so good.
Best Motley
It's
Crue,
so good.
Best found family I have ever read in
Yeah.
either fantasy or sci-fi.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so good.
Sounds
It's
like a pitch for Tori.
I was just yesterday talking with Tori about this and was like, it is still a crime. It is an ongoing daily crime that you, of all people, have not read The Final Architecture. And she's like, I know. It's like one of the most recommended
Final
things anyone
Architecture
recommends
trilogy.
to me. So
that's sci-fi.
Yeah.
I feel kind of sad because I
would agree.
I know Kyle has recommended me a couple of Tchaikovsky books. So I'm going to try one of those maybe sometime later this year. But it's kind of funny because in the fireside, we have a whole Tchaikovsky emoji. I know you're a huge Tchaikovsky, I can't say the name, Tchaikovsky fan, Matt.
Tchaikovsky fan, yeah. And I make the emojis on the fireside. So we have the emojis I want to have.
And I was so disappointed when I read his novella Made Things earlier this year. It's completely changed for me.
That is the first Tchaikovsky work I ever read as well. And I was very underwhelmed by it because everyone's like, "Oh, Guns of the Dawn is amazing. Oh, Tchaikovsky's amazing."
Yes,
read something else by him. Read Ogres. Read Guns of the Dawn.
Elder Race.
I think those are the two that Kyle wants me to read. So maybe one of those. But
I would say,
I'm so down on it. I feel so down on Tchaikovsky. I will get to it, but it put me in a little bit of like, I don't know about Tchaikovsky anymore.
I think you will really like Ogres.
Oh. Yay!
Oh, it's gone.
I am so fully Whoa! What was that? I clicked the button to add her. She went like this and disappeared.
I think you will really enjoy Ogres.
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's do it again.
Part 2.
There she is.
Don't wave your hands above your head again, Derry.
Morning, Derry.
Hi.
Yeah, don't raise your hands. That's what made you disappear.
Yes, lovely to see you, John.
Your audio is very, again, like last time. Your audio is very weak.
I think there was
Derry.
some delay.
I didn't even bother plugging in a microphone this week. I do have one coming.
That's why. That would be why I would think. Aslan, I would say definitely Shards of Earth.
Yeah.
Which is the first book in the Final Architecture. If you've read Tyrant Philosophers and Shadows the Apt and you loved them, I mean, unless you want more fantasy, and there isn't that much more fantasy in Tchaikovsky's bibliography. Guns of the Dawn, yeah, sure, but it's like one book. But if you like sci-fi as well, I would say definitely start final architecture.
I will be reading Elder Race next, Johanna, if you want to join. It's
Oh,
novella,
he
only like
specifically
4
said, "No, I
hours
don't want."
audiobook.
Oh,
So
cool.
Alan's one of his Patreon tiers. He gives us like one challenge per week. So this week we have to read a sci-fi. So I'll be reading Elder
Ah.
Race.
Okay, cool. Because I'm still stuck in the same audiobook I've been listening to for the last several weeks. And so I was going to frame this conversation and saying Tchaikovsky, huge fandom in the Fireside Discord, thanks to Matt. We even have a Tchaikovsky emoji. The other fandom,
Not only thanks to me,
well,
but
and the
but
other
yeah.
fandom that we have in the Fireside Discord is Dennis Lehane, thanks to Josh. And I'm really sad to say this is the second Dennis Lehane book I've tried. It's via audio, and I'm bored. I'm so bored. But I have 2 hours left, maybe a little over that. So I'm going to keep going. It's probably
What
not
book are you
Josh's
reading?
highest recommendation either. Anyway,
Hmm.
it's called When We Fell, I think,
Okay.
and it's the same audiobook narrator that does all the Emily Henry books. I can't remember her name.
Oh,
Julia Whalen.
Julia Whalen. I love her
Amazing.
narration. She did a funny story fantastic. I think I like that book because of her. That sassiness, wittiness. Oh my God, I love her.
Oh, she's phenomenal. She's a phenomenal narrator. And I think Dennis Lehane is a talented writer in many instances, but I'm finding the storyline so boring. And I feel so
David
bad because I
was saying-
DNF'd Mystic River earlier this year too, because I just couldn't get into it.
Yep,
You too,
David
Derry?
yesterday, David was saying he just found Mystic River really boring.
Oh,
Even
So-
yeah. Evie DNF'd it, I think. I did not even start it, so it doesn't count. But
To be
Evie-
fair, I only read like 20 pages of it, and I was just like, I don't care. It was simultaneously boredom, and also I don't want to read about inner city Boston cops. I don't want to read about that. I see them every day.
do you live in Boston?
Well, I don't live in Boston, but like, comparatively. So
Oh, wow. Okay.
I've lived like 45 minutes outside of Boston.
it did give me, I mean,
Sorry, Ida. I was actually just now trying to grab Fitz, and she was being very hesitant to come anywhere near me.
It's because you haven't fed her yet.
But
we did see
Yeah,
George in
maybe.
the
Well,
beginning
actually,
of the
when-
stream, I think.
It is unusual that we have neither George or Fitz. Hey, Fitz.
here's a
She's so
Fitz.
pretty.
By the way, we're in the process
She's
of
so
adopting
annoyed.
a cat right now, and my husband just built a catio. Yes, I will send you pictures if we get one. But
Yay.
it's hard. It's harder to pick a cat than we thought. So it's a
Oh, it
process.
is, and it's not a good time of year.
Oh,
for
really?
kittens. Yeah, kittens, you'll have better luck just after Christmas, early in the new year, because cats
What?
have 2 seasons, and the first lot of kittens from that season will be about 6 weeks old, the end of December, heading into the new year. And then if a cat has been particularly naughty, she'll have a second litter a little bit after that, and you'll get kittens around March. So
Oh, is that true worldwide though? Because our seasons are flipped.
true. You might be in the middle of kitten season now.
Who knows? Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
It even occurred to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm super excited. I will update everybody in the fireside and everything if that happens.
Of
Yeah.
course you
So
will.
exciting.
Which cat are you planning to get? Do you have any preference or any?
I think because our last cat was a black cat, we kind of want to do something a little different this time.
Hey, gingers are insane. Just saying.
What are?
Gingers.
Oh, gingers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean
They're
orange?
dogs.
Does that
They're
mean
dogs
orange
in
cat?
form.
Please get orange cat. I love orange cats.
They're dogs in cat form.
Orange cats
They
are
are.
nuts.
That's
dogs.
why I like them, obviously.
If you like dogs but want a cat, I can recommend a Maine Coon.
Oh,
They are basically dog cats. Like Fitz cannot be in a room that I'm not in for longer than 5 or 10 minutes, even if she's
Yeah.
asleep. She follows me from room to room. She actually cares when I'm not doing
Yeah.
well. Like if I'm sick, I ate something that wasn't so great, and I had stomach cramps all of a sudden, and I was like, oh, I was making these noises. She was asleep in another room, and in like 10 seconds, she was in the room looking at me like, what's wrong? What are these weird noises that you're making? Are you okay? They're really, really sweet. And this is typical of Maine Coons.
Yeah.
Hang
So
on,
I
now I
think we,
want a cat.
yeah, I think we want one that's a little bit more independent, though, because my husband is not ready for
Yeah.
us to get a dog yet because they're such a huge responsibility. So it would just be I think we were kind of wanting something that's a little bit independent. So I'm not sure.
That's the advantage of Maine
Oh,
Coons as cats is basically you get a dog that you never need to walk.
yes, that's true.
Yeah.
It's still a cat. It'll stay in your house. You know,
And like
you
a
don't
dog,
have
you
to
do need
take
to
them on
groom
walks
it.
or anything.
And, you know,
Oh yeah,
socialise
that
it.
was my question. How much does it shed?
A lot.
That's the one downside.
I can if I'm being good about her grooming, I can comb a brand new kitten out of her every week.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
And it's amazing to me because like when I'm being good about her grooming and I comb a brand new kitten out of her every week, I can still comb a brand new kitten out of her every week. It never gets less. I don't understand how that works. It's like I get a ball like this of fur out of her, and then the next week I can get a ball just as big out of her. I don't know. I don't
Wow.
get it.
Because they're always constantly shedding. And in winter, it's worse because they have an additional layer of fur. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is one of the main reasons that I have a cleaning lady. And like she comes in and there are fur balls everywhere in the flat until she comes. So
it's just how it
Okay,
goes.
thank you for saying that. Now I don't want a cat.
Short
No.
hairs are
Too
much
lazy.
easier to clean around. They still shed, but it's short hair,
Yeah.
so it's not as much of a problem. So, you know, your basic mog, your tabbies and your calicos and your tuxedos, far less fur.
Hey, Colton.
hi, Colton.
We're not ignoring you, Kev. We did see you arrive.
Kev, I didn't see Kev
Well,
arrive.
I did.
I may be actually consciously ignoring Kev. No, I saw Kev arrive. I just
Kevin.
I just didn't put him on screen. Hi,
Interesting,
Kev.
though. So, do you have a name in mind for the cat?
Not yet. And actually, speaking to Shadia's point there, we are possibly considering 2 cats so that they
Yeah.
have a companion. And my husband built this elaborate catio. So there's a cat door outside a window. There's a catwalk that goes alongside the house all the way downward slope to a tree. And he's planning to put sand there so it can have like a little potty there. If
That's
possible.
awesome.
You did post
Okay.
this somewhere actually in your community or sometimes. I
That
remember
was
seeing
that was
you.
a different. He did create that for our cat when we first moved into our house, but that's different. This one's a little bit more. So that one was under our deck. That one went under our deck, and our cat at the time hated it because he was already indoor, outdoor, and very independent. But we
They
want to
like
raise
it.
them. Yeah, so we wanted to so he went ahead and created a different one though. So this one's different because it goes alongside the house all the way on a downward slope because we're up on a crawl space. So it goes on
Yeah.
a downward slope all the way down to a tree area. And I guess it'll have access to seeing the front yard and backyard. So very excited.
Nice.
Full
Yeah.
points to Mr. Johanna.
Thanks. My husband is just amazing with that stuff. So
That's awesome.
I keep thinking about getting a second cat, but if I do, 2 things. It almost certainly is going to be a Maine Coon, so there won't be any room in the flat for
No.
me anymore,
You tell me that is
and twice as much fur. And second of all, I'd have to name it the
Yes.
Fool, and calling your cat the Fool sounds weird. So I
Or,
don't know.
or you
I
can
may not
name
get a
it
second cat.
Night Wolf.
Night Eyes, you mean?
My God.
So who's the biggest Realm of the Elderlings fan, Anita?
Poor Anita's having a crisis.
Whoa.
I just
You're
I just
fired,
did the crisis
Anita.
live on screen.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Okay,
Can you take out
I am.
your Robin Hobb fan club membership card and
have
tear it up on camera for us,
I am
please?
going to reread Assassin's Apprentice as a punishment. Okay.
Night Eyes isn't even
Please.
in that one.
It
Yeah.
is there.
She's
It
going
is
to
there.
going.
Isn't it? It is there.
No, Night Eyes is not in
Oh
the
man,
first
you're
one.
just digging.
No,
You're
There,
just
like
you're just
baby.
digging the hole deeper, Anita.
It is not.
You're just digging the hole deeper. It's just getting worse and worse every time you open your mouth. First, you can't remember his name, And now you don't know which books he's
And
in.
Assassin's Apprentice is my favorite
Damn.
book.
Wow.
Supposedly.
Like, are you even sure that you read it?
Okay, guys, it's been 3 years. It's okay.
Oh, wow.
It's
I
okay.
feel bad about this Mystic. Everyone's upset about Mystic River. I DNF'd it, and it was audiobook, and so it's very possible for me it could have just been I wasn't in an audiobook mood or other things, but yeah, I just couldn't get into it at the time. So maybe it's good. I don't know.
Yeah. The Quilluminati, apparently, I didn't actually see that episode. I saw the latest episode. I was watching it today while I was drinking my coffee, and they mentioned Mystic River, and I think they all kind of loved
Well, we
Mystic
know
River.
Josh does.
It is definitely a fan favorite.
But I know David.
So I don't know anything about it. I have not read it, so got nothing to say about
I don't
Mystic
know.
River.
I will also
Maybe I'll
say
return to it someday. I don't know.
Okay,
on the subject of
Joe,
cats,
that's not what I
it is always
said.
good.
It is punishment because of lack of time, but the book is not punishment. It is my favorite. It is a beautiful. I disagree with everyone who slanders that book.
Speak of the devil. You need to help Johanna here,
Man.
David. She's getting beaten up a bit.
I
about
am getting beaten up. Hello, my friend.
Dave, you're welcome to join. You've got
Yeah.
the link, so if you want to jump in.
Yeah.
But yeah, man,
Oh my
Anitha.
God, please don't
Wow.
remind me. I can't believe I forgot my.
You know we're not going to forget this,
I'm
right?
flipping
You're
this,
never going to
and
live
I'm
this
going to
down.
post it to my own channel
Like
as a video.
you're sitting here with 4 quite big Hobb fans, 2 extremely big Hobb fans, and you get Night Eye's name wrong and then forget which books he's in.
Not a good one. It's not a
Wow.
good one.
Goodness.
We're not angry. We're not angry, Anitha. We're just very, very disappointed. So disappointed with
Still
you.
love you, but
She's disappointed with herself. Clearly, she's speechless right now.
Yeah.
yes, it's what's the word I want? It's one of the worst things as a booktuber when you're live and you say something about a book that you've been praising and you just get it completely wrong. And you're like, oh my God, I just said that. I just said that in front of all of the people who know that I should know better. Oh my God. It's not a good feeling.
See, I don't mind missing something from. Okay, let's not talk about the books I don't like in Realm of Elderlings. I offended Derry and Evie much already a lot.
I mean,
My
I
point
did it.
Everyone is a bit mean to Anitha, by the way.
Hey. And then
Yes,
brings it on
Aslan, you
RC
are the only
trilogy is
one.
my trilogy. I love it more than Evie and Derry. Sorry, it's mine.
I don't know if I
No.
believe you anymore. I used to believe you,
Just got a
but after
question wrong
tonight,
on Jake's thing.
I don't know.
I understand.
I don't know.
So yeah.
Anyway,
In case you haven't noticed, Ida, being mean to Anitha is what you do with Anitha.
it's true.
She gets it out.
Like
Thank
this is how you interact
This is
with
how
Anitha.
Ida-
Is
I think Alan
she
set a
says-
precedent for that the other night when he was like yelling at her. He's like, "Why?"
Yeah.
People asking, "Why are you always yelling at that woman?"
Well, she
But
really
that's
is just
how
a
Alan
little
shows love,
theory on
right?
this.
You don't
By
feel
the
loved by
way-
Alan unless he laughs at you or yells at
It's-
you.
You should all watch last night's Alan Sprints. Actually, there is another 3 little pigs
Oh,
moment.
It's okay, Anitha. The person who is always wrong about Malazan, she likes you.
Thank you, Ida. I like you too. You're very sweet. One
Yeah.
person who is sweet to me in BookTube. Thank you. I mean,
Just don't listen to anything she says about
to be
Malazan.
frank, Johanna.
Why?
Then you're fine.
What is this thing about Ida and Malazan?
Anything Ida
Ida,
says about
sorry.
Malazan is basically just wrong.
She's just not like Malazan.
Like she's a Kalor defender. She thinks Skabandari Blood Eye is
What?
the best. She like just every time we talk about Malazan and Ida says something, I'm just like,
What did you read?
What?
They're interesting takes.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
Well, I don't know, but anytime I have
Yeah.
a take like that, Philip will come along and say, "Well, if you read Estelon,
Well,
No,
actually,
I like to argue
He will
anything
actually
with
us
Philip
all the
to feel
time.
like an idiot.
yeah, you may notice that I've never worn tweed. So I Silchus Ruin. That's also one of her big takes. Silchus Ruin is the coolest guy in all of the books. Evie's leaving. See you,
He's still
Evie.
still
See you
going.
later.
So.
Bye, Evie.
Bye,
Okay.
Evie. Good to see you."
Yeah, Silchus Ruin. I don't think Silchus Ruin is horrible, but he's like not that special. Come on. Yeah.
But
Oh,
Raph,
no.
you hate everyone.
Raph agrees.
I feel like
Exactly.
Raph is like the ultimate contrarian in the chat today.
Oh yeah.
Raph is the ultimate
Full stop.
contrarian.
Okay,
Full stop.
Yeah.
Like not just in the chat
Hello,
today.
We love you,
It's his
Raph, don't we?
job.
Tweed punk. Oh my goodness, so funny.
Tweed punk.
Calor did nothing wrong. Yeah, come on. Now they're just
Yeah,
trolling.
now they
me.
just want to get under your skin, Matt. It's all good.
Exactly. Do we want to have a reading sprint?
Sure.
I mentioned it. I
An
mentioned
hour
it like
back.
45 minutes ago. But then we had exciting and interesting people join all of a sudden.
I think
and
David
What
said he
do
was
you-
going to join in a few minutes, though.
he did, but he hasn't.
I think he was doing stuff with his family.
Because he's in Scotland.
Yes, he's
Yeah.
in Scotland.
Yeah, exactly. He made it to Scotland. He
Just
said
after tea
he
time
would.
for him.
He said, "Yeah." I sent him a link, and he said he would join if he had enough time after some family.
And then in the chat, he said, I'll be about
Ida, I
minutes.
promise when I read Malazan, I'll have the same takes as you. Okay, I promise you that.
You're not going to read Malazan, are you?
it's
I don't know. Maybe I
You're not
do
gonna
want
read
to
Malazan.
read
One
one
day.
day. I mean,
you're not
Why
I
going to
know
not?
read
I'm going
Malazan.
to one day. That's the goal. It's like,
I
no,
mean-
want to read this story so badly.
I'm sure there are some hard things which will trigger me, or I need to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
But I do want to try one day. I'm not against it. I want to go into it like without any bias.
You know what? I think there's a
I would
chance-
also say
I
that the
don't know.
trigger-
I say this, but I'm biased. So I think there's a chance you could possibly enjoy Gardens of the Moon, Anita. Possibly. Maybe.
I think I agree with Joe in that Malazan is one of those series everyone needs to try if they're into fantasy. Purely on it, from what I understand, I haven't read it. I want to because it feels like it's one of the benchmark series. Like it does something particularly well.
It's a big thing. It's a big thing in the world of
And
fantasy, and like
Other things get measured against it. So
Okay, it's a big thing
Yeah.
in BookTube, I think. But outside BookTube, I did not hear anyone talk about Malazan.
yeah.
Well, when
So
I started my
it ends up on best
Yeah,
fantasy
that's true.
lists all over the place, like outside of BookTube all
Yeah.
the time. Like Reddit just did I don't know, people vote on the 100 best fantasy novels, and it's always in the
Yeah.
top 20. It's not just a
By
BookTube
the
thing.
way,
I mean, BookTube
Interesting.
hypes it
by
a
the
lot.
way,
but-
there is this booktuber called Angie. Johanna knows her. She is
Yes.
from India. So I had a discussion about, I think, Wheel of Time book 4 or 5, book 4. So she invited her another friend from India who is not part of BookTube. Not at all. He is her friend from real life. He read Malazan like 4 or 5 times, like complete. He's like huge fan. It was
Well, there
very
you go.
surprising.
And she's a huge fan of what she's read, but I don't know if she's finished the series yet. Do you know?
I'm honestly shocked that being Anitha, hasn't read Malazan, considering how much
Right.
Alan loves it.
See,
Right.
because that's
Like
because
that should get you a
Alan
betrayer
read it before
label.
Actually,
he
that's
started the
true.
channel, or I joined the booktube, so it doesn't count. Hey, David.
He's only reread it 3 times since then, but yeah.
Hi
Hi,
guys, how's it
Dave.
going?
Hello.
Good.
I'm here in the
Not
land
bad.
of
We're just yelling at Anitha regarding
So what'd you
Malazan.
say?
We're just yelling at Anitha
Have you
regarding
read it?
Malazan.
No.
Would you like to join us?
It's
No, she
okay.
hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
it's all
my
right.
first time
It's not
talking
bad.
to David. So let me start this, interaction like fresh without any bullying.
Nice to speak
No
properly,
baggage.
first of all, rather than read
Yeah.
Malazan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that we're already bullying her and she hasn't even picked up the book yet. So
Like I said, this is what you do with Anitha, or at least what I do with
Aw.
Anitha anyway. This is just general interacting with Anitha behavior.
Okay.
Because I know she can take it, and she gives me shit all the time. So, like, she deserves it.
Yeah, sometimes.
mm.
Pretty much.
So,
You're in Scotland, Dave.
I
David.
landed about 36 hours ago, having gotten absolutely no sleep on the plane. I think I got out of Kuwait just in time. You know, it seems like a lot of the flights
Yeah.
are going to close down. But I haven't really slept since.
Yeah.
So you've
can
got me at
imagine.
my most raggedy and least coherent. So I thought,
have
what
you
better?
still not been to bed?
Yes.
Say again?
Have you still not been to bed?
No. Well, I slept for about 3-4 hours last night. I did a live stream and then tried to
Yeah.
sleep and failed miserably. So I'm a bit.
Oh, no.
I'll be okay. I'll survive. But I got the invitation and I just got back from a family thing. So I thought, yeah, jump on. So how's it going? What were we talking about before I crashed?
We were bullying Anitha, basically.
Okay. For an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. No, not for an hour. What were we talking about before that?
We covered multiple topics.
We were talking about Adrian Tchaikovsky a bit.
Actually, that's something. Have you read much of his, David?
B speaker.
I have read Children of, what's the first one? The Children.
Time.
Time.
And it was
Time.
okay. I don't know. Something about the writing style didn't grab. Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Okay.
The good
If
part,
you only thought Children of Time was okay, then
the good thing
No.
about Tchaikovsky is his writing style is completely different
Yeah.
with in other books.
Yeah.
So you can try anything else. It's not like same
Very,
writing
very.
style in every book. He changes it according to the book.
Okay.
and he writes sci-fi and fantasy and Warhammer. So you should if you didn't like Children of Time because it's sci-fi and it's an older novel, I would suggest maybe try City of
Yeah.
Lost Chances because it's fantasy and it's a totally
You know, I
different
didn't
writing
really
style.
have any major criticisms with
And
it.
very
I
good.
I read it and appreciated it, but didn't necessarily enjoy it. Does that make sense? I was kind of going nodding and going, yes, this is brilliant. And when's it over?
Hate it when
If
that
you
happens.
Okay.
prefer a standalone, try Guns of the Dawn. If you're okay with, you read Malazan, so you're okay with military stuff. You try Guns of the Dawn. It is a
Guns of the
standalone.
Dawn. I'm writing it
loved
down right now. Okay.
I did
Yeah.
enjoy Guns. of
Yeah,
Dawn.
Guns of the Dawn, which is a historical fantasy-ish. There's not a whole lot of fantasy in it, to be honest, but it's a historical-ish thing, and it's a standalone. But also, I really recommend, and also Aslan is recommending in the chat. City of Lost Chances is the first book in the
Well,
Tyrant
he's super
Philosopher
prolific,
series.
isn't he?
Oh,
Yeah.
He put out 4 or 5 books
Mental.
this year. Some of them kind of go under the radar because he kind of writes for fun in the Warhammer universe
wow.
as well, because he's a big Warhammer nerd. So like when he was in Berlin, we were chatting, and I was like, "So how many? You put out a lot of books. How many books have you got coming out this year?" And he was like, 4. Oh wait, 5. I was like, "You've got so many coming out, you can't even remember." He was like, "Oh, the 5th one's Warhammer, and it's kind of outside of my normal
So when
thing."
Brandon
And
Sanderson
out
was
of
doing his
4.
year of Sanderson, he was probably sitting there going,
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, as a Tchaikovsky fan, everyone's like, "Oh my God, Sanderson's so prolific." I'm like,
Yeah. Have you
really?
heard of this guy?
Like, have you met
I'm
Adrian?
with Colton in
Are
the
you
chat,
sure?
by the way. I think David should read
What did
Perdido
Colton
Street
say?
Station.
State station.
it's on,
Yes.
it's on my list.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
100%.
And then you can join me when I read The Scar, the second book.
China Mieville is the shit. I mean, especially when those books were new, because they were just so, like, I read Perdido when it came out, and it was just such a breath of fresh air. It was so different at the time from anything else that was going on in fantasy at the time. You know, now it's like it's got a name, The New Weird, and there are lots of authors that are doing similar kinds of things. But at the time, it was very
So I've got
special.
2 China Mieville books, and so I've got Perdido Street Station, and forgive me while I put my blankie on. Perdido Street Station, blankie in the pub, and also he wrote like a non-fiction account of the Russian Revolution or something like that.
He
Is that
writes a
right?
lot of nonfiction.
I've got that one upstairs too. So I love that I have those 2 kind of
Yeah.
completely opposed books. But I've never read a page of his. I just know that it's something I'm going to eventually like and enjoy.
He's definitely good. He's
And I've
definitely
heard
very
that his
good.
books can, in that series, in the, what is it, the Baslag trilogy, that they function kind of like standalones, which is why I haven't immediately picked up The Scar. But I've heard that The Scar is even better than book one, which I find exciting because I
Yeah.
really loved Perdido Street Station when I read it last year.
Yeah. All the Baslag books are good, and a lot of people, I don't know if I agree with them myself, but a lot of people say, okay, yeah, Perdido is cool, but the
Okay,
Scar is even
question.
better.
Interesting.
What is one
Yeah.
book? It may not be your favorite book, but what is one book you want to recommend to everyone which you have read this year?
Oh, yes, I know what it is. I Who Have Never Known Men.
Oh, yeah, that is on my TBR.
Oh, it's so good. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on.
One book we have read in 2025 that we want to recommend.
Yeah.
Here it is. I Who Have Never Known Men.
I could read
And this is by Jacqueline Hartman. And it says here that Jacqueline Hartman was born in Edinburgh, Belgium in 1929 and fled to Casablanca with her family during World War II. So, informed by her background as a psychoanalyst and her youth in exile, I Who Have Never Known Men is a haunting, heartbreaking, post apocalyptic novel of female friendship and intimacy and the lengths people will go to maintain their humanity in the face of devastation. And even though it is somewhat of a feminist post apocalyptic novel, I feel like the themes transcend that, in my opinion. I feel like it goes deeper into like what it means to be human. I loved this book, and I think it's short. It's underhyped, in my opinion, even though I know a lot of people love it.
I
But I
had
still
great.
think
I
it's
think
amazing.
last year, Books with Emily Fox, or somebody reviewed that. So I added it to the TBR, and I'm hearing great things actually. Everyone
It's
I
it's
know.
weird when Emily Fox, when she and I agree, because I usually disagree
Oh,
with that reviewer. But but yeah, she and I both love that book.
okay.
I would recommend Remains of the Day by
Oh, that's
Katsuo
that's
Ishiguro.
another one I would recommend.
You enjoyed that, I'm
It's
guessing.
it's so good.
I might have even loved that one more, to be
Yeah.
honest. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's not a cheerful
No.
novel, and it made me angry as fuck, but it's really good. It's
Okay,
really
I
good.
have
So
two
good.
recommendations.
Um,
Sorry, I thought you were done. Okay,
no,
I
I'm
You
have
good.
are now.
two recommendations because first I don't think anyone will read it. So first one is Purple and Black by KJ Parker. Oh my god, I cannot stop that is a novella actually. It's just around 120 pages, and what Parker did, you don't have to read anything by Parker. It covers like his signature style with respect to characters, the tone of his books, everything. If you read that, you'll get an idea of what his books are going to be. The best thing I read.
Anitha, you're right. We won't read
Yeah.
that. So what's your second one?
I can't read that because I can't get hold of it in New Zealand because I've tried.
Nobody reads KJ Parker except Alan and Alan
Yeah.
fanatics.
Second, you're
Like they must be. You all must be buying like 100 copies each. That KJ Parker still has a publisher.
yes, that's why they are not available. That's
Anyway.
why Purple and Black. By the way, if you can't get Purple and Black, it is part of collection called Academic Exercises.
Yeah,
That
can't get it
ebook
either.
you can get from Subterraneous Press, I think.
Not
Okay.
in New Zealand, you can't.
Oh.
I've looked.
No, not unless you want to pay a lot
Okay,
of postage.
if you can't get it,
Yeah.
send me a message in Discord. I'll send you PDF.
Oh, okay.
And second recommendation.
So you heard it here
Pretty
first.
illegal, isn't
Anitha
it?
is a book pirate.
I have tried.
Yes, that is illegal,
Second
Anitha.
recommendation.
Just that you
Okay.
know, the Sunday Pub does not condone book piracy.
I try
Sorry,
really
I'm-
hard to
Just
buy it.
I am
have to say that.
only suggesting it because it is not available and I want you all to read it. That's all. So second
Yeah.
recommendation.
In the future, suggest it in a direct message. What you do in your direct messages is up to you.
Second recommendation is Windhaven by George R. R. Martin and Lisa Tuttle. It is sci-fi fantasy, mostly sci-fi standalone, and it's about this actually. I think many years back, people from Earth travel to this and they're stuck there. So in that planet, almost every island is sea is like full of creatures like while so they can't travel by boat. So what they did was using their ship sailcloths, they make these wings, and using those wings they travel between islands and they trade, they send messages. So it's about, so it kind of created a caste culture. So one girl wants to be this flyer, but she can't because they have this tradition called only flyers' children can become
Yeah.
flyer next. Wings will be inherited.
It's hereditary
So
job.
one girl who
Right.
is fisherman's daughter wants to become a flyer.
And
So
okay.
from there story starts. It's a fantastic exploration of this breaking the tradition and what happens like when people, some people never accept this, and new people will never be part of this old entire group, and exploration of that. It was fantastic.
Nice, because I like Jim. I think he's a good, bloody good
Cool.
writer.
Yeah.
So
Because he's in the chat, I'll put up
willful
Joe's recommendation.
wistful ascending.
Surprise, surprise! Joe wants you to read his book. Read Joe's book.
I tell you what,
Willful
never
Ascending
heard
is
bad
a lot of
thing
fun.
about Joe's book.
Yeah.
Never.
The best man punches spaceship book there is.
Okay, it is actually, yeah, another great sci-fi. For me, it is, for me
It's
it
a
is
lot of
more
fun.
special because Rohan is, he's half human, but like his mother is like from my state and living in Canada, same like my place and living
Yeah.
in Canada, same as me. So I felt very connected to it. Um,
Is he
everything,
doing tree pose? Like the yoga pose, like tree pose?
no, superhero
He's-
pose, like
He's
strength.
superhero floating in the air
Oh,
pose.
okay.
Yeah, he's just floating in the air with his fists up because he's about to punch a spaceship.
Anita, I was in Kerala at the start of this year. I was in Cochin.
Oh,
It was
nice,
amazing. It was a great time.
nice.
Yeah.
Where else you traveled?
Uh, this year, Kuwait, Saudi, which is basically big Kuwait, and then back in Scotland. But,
No,
yeah,
in,
it was
in
really great.
India. In
Oh, in
you
India,
went-
just
yeah.
Cochin. We had about 6 days. So
Oh.
with 2 kids, I think 4 hours on a plane is pretty much max capacity for my own sanity.
Did you try houseboats in backwaters?
No, we did so little. To be honest, we just kind of floated around the city and did parks and things like that. But it was wonderful. It was so, and people are so friendly and yeah, just joyous time. And then we went to Saudi, which was not as good. So it
I'm glad you had
Yeah.
fun in Kerala.
was really good. For my book that I read this year, I don't even know it's my favorite. I think the best book I've read this year so far is probably The Warrior Prophet, or maybe The Golden Fool. Derry, have you heard of The Golden Fool?
Let me think.
But
Yeah.
But the book I can't stop thinking about is A Short Stay in Hell by Stephen L. Peck, which is about 2 hours long by audiobook. And I don't even know if it's a good book or not, but the concept has just stayed with me since I read it like months ago. The concept being that basically everyone winds up in hell, spoiler, and the only way to get out of hell is basically to traverse the Library of Babel and essentially just read every book. And the Library of Babel turns out to be, 1 billion light years across. And there's something so kind of nightmarishly awful about it. I really love books that feel like a bad dream. So I think Annihilation also reads like a bad dream. Ice by Anna Kavan reads like a bad dream. And A Short Stay in Hell by Stephen L. Peck reads like a bad dream. I'm not even sure it's a good book, but it stayed with me months and months later.
I need to
When
get
a
to that.
concept stays with you, I think
Yeah.
that's the author's achieved something.
Yeah,
Mhm.
So
Yeah, that's definitely a good sign.
I did like The
Good
Golden Fool
question.
though.
well, it is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I loved Ship of Magic. Ship of Magic is probably my favorite fantasy book that I read this year, I think.
I can't wait to talk to you guys about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really can't. I'm really looking forward to that.
Live Ships is I just finished, so I've always had a weird relationship with Robin Hobb. Not that we have like a long distance relationship or anything, but I read her first trilogy when it was the only Realm of the Yodeling thing, and then Live Ships came out, and I read the first trilogy again, and then and I've never read the last trilogy, so I've now read everything but the last trilogy at least twice. I just reread Rainwilds. So out of what I've read, the 13 books that I've read, Live Ships definitely my favorite
Really?
subseries.
It's often the case.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, Tawny Man, there are bits of Tawny Man. There are just sections of Tawny Man that are that have a permanent place in my heart. and rank above anything coming even close to them in the whole series. All 16 books probably. But as a sub-series, Live Ships is definitely my favorite. I love pirates. I love nautical stuff. I totally don't understand. I know there are certain people who are like, oh, it's got nautical stuff in it, I'm not going to like it. I don't understand that at all. But I grew up sailing with my dad, so it's got a nautical stuff has a special place in my heart as well. I loved Live Ships. Such a good trilogy.
I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, of all of the
Yeah.
parts that make up Realm of the Elderling, it's the most defined, separate part, in that it works if you don't read anything else. But I hate people who go, you can start with Live Ships. I'm like, no, please don't.
No. Stop. Shut up. You can't do that.
Spoilerism, if that's even a thing, is
Yeah.
a worry for me with that, because it doesn't spoil a particular thing. It doesn't mention anything from Farseer. It doesn't touch on anything from Farseer. It's the ultimate spoiler because it touches on the theme of the entire last book of Farseer. So reading it first kind of makes reading that third book in Farseer not as good. Therefore, spoils it.
Yeah.
Derry, what's your favorite Hobb
Yeah.
sub-series? I
Aaron.
don't think I've ever asked you that.
I don't have a favorite sub-series anymore. I can't rank them. I've read them too many times that they're so interwoven in the story because I've got the full context. And I've just finished reading Assassin's Quest again, and I was full body sobbing at some of these scenes because of the meaning that I've learned that you don't get until you've read the entire series. So I can't separate them anymore. But for individual books, it's fool's errand because there are portions of that book that feel like a hug, and there are portions of that book that are so sublimely beautiful, and just that's my favorite individual book. But yeah,
I also find it really. I think I said this in the pub recently. I find it really, really difficult to compare anything within Realm of the Elderlings, because if you just take the sub-series, there's basically a series of 9 books that have one protagonist, and then there's 3 books that are almost completely separate, and then there's 4 books that are almost completely separate from all of the other ones again, even though the themes overlap and there are definitely connections, but you could theoretically read them separately. But like Live Ships is such a different trilogy than any of the Fitz trilogies in so many ways. I mean, just if only because it's like multi-POV, jumping around all over the place. Yeah, exactly. So I find it really hard to compare them. It's just I personally enjoyed Live Ships, I think, more than anything else. So
I look at it like the first, the Fitz trilogies are like the main highway. You're going in this direction. Everybody's going in this direction.
Yeah.
Live Ships is a story happening off the side that then feeds into that main highway. And then Rainwild is off to a different side again, and that feeds into that main highway. And everything is heading toward Fitz and the Fall at the end. And while you can just read the Fitz books, you're losing so much of the context that comes in with Live Ships and Rainwilds that it just isn't as satisfying.
I'm confused, Aslan. Is that a joke that I don't get, or did you just?
Maybe skip Royal Assassin to Live Ship Traders, maybe, and cut out
Assassin's Quest is the last one in Farseer, so it
Yes.
is right.
Oh, I was going to say it is the book directly before Live Ships, so yes, you should skip from Assassin's
It's also
Quest to Live
severely
Ships.
underrated. I adored that book.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Assassin's
like
Quest
the
is
whole
like-
Farseer trilogy is genius.
As good as Assassin's Apprentice, and which is like my favorite of Realm of Elderlings. Yes, unpopular opinion, I know, but Farseer trilogy is my favorite of Realm of Elderlings.
Yeah, it's the coziest, if such a thing could be said
And
of Hobb.
second favorite is Rain Wales. Again, unpopular opinion. My opinions on
I
Realm of
love Rain
Elves are
Wales.
all over the place, completely different.
I just finished rereading Rainwilds after like a 10-year, 15-year break, and loved it.
It's great.
You know, there are bits of it. Like I'm an old guy now, and there are teenage trying to figure out who I want to be with, like kind of little dramas going on in it. And some of that is a bit harder for me to relate to than some other characters who are not teenagers who are confused about what they want to do with their genitals. But it's still really, really good. Rainwilds is really, really good. And I would say, before Derry has to say it, because she will, that's not what Rainwilds is about. It's not about a love triangle or, as I said earlier, a mating octagon. It's about autonomy and being able to make your own choices and bodily autonomy, especially for a young girl, and identity and how much your society defines who you are and what you do and what you can and can't do and all of that sort of stuff. So that's much more the theme level in those books. It like saying, "Oh, I don't want to read it because there's a love triangle in it," is just stupid.
The YA
Thank
marketing
you.
That's
Thank you.
not what it's about.
So much, it's ridiculous. And
Harry,
as
you have me a little
Yeah.
nervous
I
though.
want to hit them.
You have me a little nervous though because I'm. It's been a while since I've read the Farseer trilogy, and I'm trying to think: did I fully grasp the theme in Assassin's Quest? I don't know. I have some ideas about the themes of Farseer, but I'm not
Well,
sure I can
You
remember as
don't
much
need to
detail.
worry about it
No.
because when it comes to Tawnyman or Fizz and Fool, where you start, you will remember, especially when everything like connects in Chip of Destiny, you will remember the end of Assassin's Quest. You
And
don't
you'll
need
get
to
into the
worry
part.
about it.
She does a good job of sort of recapping without having a really obvious recap. So like I've read like Farseer and then had like a 10-year break and read 20 Man, and that wasn't really a problem, you know. And Aslan, you can go to that person, whoever told you that, and tell them that I said they're an idiot.
And that
That is absolutely incorrect. Do not skip Assassin's Quest. That is the dumbest
Has
thing I've
anyone
ever
read
heard.
what's the other series Hobb has? Soldier's Son.
Yeah, I've read Soldier's Son.
How is it?
Yeah.
Because someone said to me
Yeah,
the
I've
other
read
day, Hobb has never written a bad book except Soldier's Son, is what they said to me.
I would not agree with that.
I
I
don't
haven't
think it's bad
touched
at all.
it.
I don't think it's to the same level as Realm of the Elderlings, but I'm also so connected to Realm of the Elderlings. I know that I'm biased about it. There's Chris, I don't even know if his channel is still going, but Chris the Bookish Cauldron loves Soldier's Son. Like, it's his favorite series of all time. And yeah, it's that one is more a question of the explorations and the themes around it are more about colonialism and merging of cultures, and it's very fat phobic. So a lot of people are getting triggered because it's quite an old series now. And
True.
yeah, it's very fat phobic. So it's almost offensive to read in some parts. So
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm capable of being nearly as biased as Derry certainly is, because I haven't read Realm of the Earthlings 20,000 times. But I have read Soldier's Son. I found the characters very hard to connect with. Like the especially the sort of protagonist, I found him really, really hard to like and really hard to kind of care much about. I thought the themes going on in the book, like the colonialism and the destruction of nature and the learning to coexist with nature and all of it, there's a lot of I think settler and Native American clash kind of parallels in there, inspired by, a lot of which fascinates me. I found them really, really interesting books, but I didn't find them nearly as engaging as Realm of the Eldlings, because Realm of the Eldlings, the characters, like there are so many characters that I care about extremely deeply in Realm of the Eldlings. I mean, my cat's name is Fitz, right? So I have such an emotional connection to so many characters in Realm of the Eldlings, and I never achieved anything like that in the whole Sailor Sun series.
Not with any of them, and particularly not with the main
Soldier
character,
Sun.
which is
Yeah, the main character, most of the time, the main character, I was just like, you're kind of an idiot and a bit
And
of a
boring.
dick. And kind of boring. I don't really like you. You're weak and confused most of the time. And you come from clearly the wrong culture. Like of the cultures in the book, you're on the wrong side.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
but it's just right. Forest,
But it's still
amazing
interesting.
book. Like it's amazing, and I love you, Peter. No, there is no Boric in Soldier Sun, which obviously is a down mark for it. So no, I have not read all of Hobb's books.
Yeah.
I've got maybe half a dozen of her books that she wrote as Lindholm to read, but I do have 4 of them, so I will be getting there at some point. But yeah, Forest Mage.
Yeah, Forest Mage is very good. Yeah. But throughout it, I don't know. If you're expecting the character depth and connection that you get from Realm of the Eldlings, you won't get it in
Is that book
Soldier Sun.
2 or 3?
Forest Mage
3, isn't it?
is
Book. Yeah,
where is it on my shelf?
I don't remember off the top of my head either.
The
It's been
other
years.
comment I saw, Matt, it's way down now. Did someone say that you bounced off Stonewielder? Did I read that correctly? No. Okay.
I haven't started
Oh,
it.
the comment was wrong, not me.
Yeah, they might have said that because I think I posted a photo on the fireside in the now reading that was a photo of Stonewielder, and then a few days later I posted a photo of Beespeaker, and it wasn't because I started Stonewielder and bounced off of it, but I had it sitting on my pile and I just wasn't feeling like that. Oh yeah, I want to get into it. So I was like, okay, screw it. I do want to get into this, and I had promised to read it on day 1 when it came out because I was going to read it together with Evie. So when I got it, I was like, okay, I'm just going to read Stonewielder.
How did you manage to make Evie successful in a buddy read, by the way?
By the way, Evie is behind Matt.
She's actually losing this time. So our history of buddy reading is we were going to read Ogres by Tchaikovsky together, and she started it, finished it, and didn't tell me before I even started it. So black mark on Amy's side. And then
yeah.
Yeah. And then we read Bearhead together, and I thought, okay, it's time for revenge. So I, having a lot more time than she does, I read it in 2 days. And I was just like, screw Evie. No way she's ever going to keep up with this. And I finished it well before she got like through a quarter of it. And I was like, okay, now we're even. Now we can just conduct buddy reads in a normal way. And we started this together, but she's been a lot busier than I have. So I'm 27 chapters in and she's 12 or something. But it's not quite as bad as it has been. So
well, I'm going to go ahead and head
do we
out,
want to
you guys,
sprint?
so
Yeah, Johanna's leaving. But I also mentioned, thank you,
you're
Johanna,
welcome.
so much
Thank
for
you.
coming. It's good to see you in the pub. You are welcome anytime, by the way. I will not send you an invite every week because I know it just generally doesn't work for you. But anytime you say, hey, I wanna, I'll send you a link. So
Absolutely.
just let me know.
And by the way, did you mention our Fireside Discord, the winner of our Fireside Discord quarterly?
That's right. I think I mentioned it last week, but Blind Sight by Peter Watts. For anyone who doesn't know, on the Fireside Discord, we have started what we're calling the Fireside Book Club, which is totally not a ripoff of the Quilluminati. And it's me and Johanna and Josh and Evie. Every quarter, we're going to read a book together. Each of us nominates a book. Everybody on the Fireside can vote on the nominations. And whichever one gets the most votes is the one we'll read. And then we read it, and then we'll do a live stream together on rotating channels, discussing what we thought of it. So the book that won is
My
Johanna's
choice.
nomination,
Yay.
Blind Sight by Peter Watts. which is a first contact, relatively short novel. We made a rule that we can't nominate anything that everything you nominate has to be a standalone. It has to be shorter than
That's a
500
good rule.
pages. It is a good rule. Otherwise, it
Wouldn't
wouldn't
work for
work.
me.
We would probably give it up pretty quickly. But yeah, we're going to read Blindsight by Peter Watts, which I've heard good things about, but I don't know much about it. And I don't want
All
to.
I know is alien vampires.
I'm looking-
Vampires or something like that.
Okay. That,
See, I didn't even know that. I just knew it was like a first contact kind of story.
I
but
watched a
didn't know
whole entire
anything
talk with
more
Peter
than that.
Watts. And apparently, it's even taught in certain science classes. So I don't know. I'm very excited about it. So
okay. I'm intrigued.
All right.
all right.
Whether
Well,
I
thank
can
you
do
all.
it.
We'll see you guys later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We'll see ya.
See you, Johanna.
Nice.
So I've mentioned it now 3 times, but now I mean it for real because I have to go feed Fitz. Let's do a sprint.
Oh, Kaiju
I've
Battle
got it,
Surgeon.
Gary. I've got it.
Nice.
Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon.
The series before Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Matt Dinneman.
Ah.
Okay.
This is connected to
Ah,
Dungeon
okay,
Crawler or
okay.
something
Yeah, I was going to say.
different.
It's standalone, but it's by the same author before he blew up.
Totally
And
different.
I mean,
yeah.
look at that cover. Look at it. If you can,
It does look really cool.
Yeah.
Kind of
Is it
crazy.
sci-fi or fantasy?
I mean, I've not read it, but I know Derry's read it, which is why I've
I
just,
haven't read it.
You
I
haven't
just
read
know
it?
that it exists, and I have it on my audio thing for my next credit.
Yeah. Is it Ben that's read it? I think Genghis Khan's read it then.
Ben's read it.
Yeah. And he
definitely.
speaks highly of it. So I'm going to give it a go right now, I think.
So that's why it's on my list.
Oh, that's right. This is the other thing. We made the rules. We did the vote. Blindsight won. And then I went and looked at it and I was like,
This is
Johanna,
one of the series.
are you cheating or did you not know that it's actually part of a duology,
So
which has a 0.5 book in between? So it's technically
does
part of a
it
trilogy.
read like a standalone?
She's like,
at
oh, I
least?
didn't know. So I don't know. But yeah, it's not a standalone.
And I'm still working
Yeah.
through Discovery.
But anyway, so we'll read that. So let's do
It's
a
The City of Blades by Robert Jackson Bennett, Book
sprint?
2 in Divine Cities trilogy.
Nice.
Cool. And I already said B Speaker, brand new from Adrian Tchaikovsky, third in the Dogs of War, maybe trilogy.
We'll see how it goes.
I'm not sure if there's going to be more. We'll see. Yeah, it might be more. How about we read until quarter
Sounds good.
2?
Okay.
All right.
And everybody in the on the screen, please make sure you mute yourself. And everybody everywhere, please enjoy your read. See you soon. Hello.
You terrified me.
I learned this early on doing the pub, where I used to come back and go, "Hi, everybody." That I can at least try with my deep voice to do something sort of softer and soothing, but there's no way to go from silent to not silent without surprising people.
Just burst into song.
Yeah.
This was an air horn. Well, not Matt, but once a sprint came back with an air horn that pretty much gave everybody attending a heart attack.
I might do that next week.
Don't you bloody dare.
It happens in Discord sprints all the time. Somebody will blow air horn or quack quack duck something.
No, not good. No.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, I do like giving some people like Anita a hard time, but I don't necessarily want to give everyone a heart attack all at once. That wouldn't
I
be
live
so
alone.
good.
Nobody would find me for far too long.
That's true. I've also thought about that. Like, should I think should I unexpectedly die?
Oh, Fitz will eat you.
Exactly. Someone would find a half-eaten corpse.
Yeah, and a happy cat.
When it started smelling too much. I like to think that she'd be well fed, but not like completely happy. But you're probably right. She'd be pretty happy.
My dad used to wake me up on.
It's not no good to anybody. So you know.
Yeah.
I was going to say, my dad used to wake me up on weekends and summer vacations by playing ABBA's Dancing Queen, and anything, as far as I'm concerned, is better than that.
Yeah.
Also, you do kind of get that happiness start to the day of, okay, this is a beat, we can dance.
You can dance. Yeah.
There's I don't know if anyone is a Ted Lasso fan, but I love that show. I just finished watching the entire 3 seasons the 4th time. It's a massively feel good series. It is hilarious, and it has an insane amount of positivity in it, which is why I watch it, and I really enjoy it. And there's an episode in it called "No Weddings and a Funeral," I think is the episode. And that episode rickrolls you 3 times.
Oh no!
And it's hilarious because one of them is there's this fully grown woman, like she's in her late 30s, I think. But her father has died, so the day before the funeral, she's sleeping at her mother's house. And she wakes up when her mother turns on Never Gonna Give You Up, like at full volume, you know? And then it goes to her father's funeral, and the daughter kind of doesn't... Her father was kind of a dick. And the daughter then, because of that, she doesn't really want to say, you know, he was a dick at his funeral. She doesn't really know what to do. So she starts singing, like standing up in front of the church. She starts singing Never Gonna Give You Up. And the whole church joins in. And it's this really moving moment. But also it's funny because it's like she's singing Rick Astley in a church, you know?
That is fun.
And then at the end, her and her mother are reminiscing about her childhood. And her mother grabs a videotape, an old VHS tape, and is like, "Oh, this tape has got a lot of really cool kid moments with you." And the girl's like, no, we don't have to watch that. She puts it in, and it's the music video for Never Gonna Give You Up. And she's like, "Oh, you taped over it." So like the episode rickrolls you 3 times in one episode. It's
a great karaoke song. I have sung it more.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
It is a good karaoke song because it's in the mid-range and everybody can sing it.
Yeah. Or everyone thinks they can, which is equally fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There are some people who shouldn't sing, but yeah.
That's kind of the whole point of karaoke.
Everybody should sing. Not everybody can.
Well, in Japan, they have the little booths where you can go in by yourself. You get a microphone and a screen and just do what you like.
I like that.
Yeah, they're good fun. I think I went from being hugely embarrassed of singing, even in front of my wife, to basically just going to the karaoke booths by myself at the end of a long day. And I regret nothing.
No, nor should you. We don't have them. Well, that's not entirely true. It's beginning to be a karaoke bar here and there in New Zealand. But for the most part, if you want to do karaoke, you have to wait for a pub to be running a karaoke night. And
What's your
it's
go-to
super.
karaoke song?
Depends on how I'm feeling, but I've got a bunch. White Rabbit is successful for me. I love it. It's such a great
We
song.
used to have a tradition in Hamburg, where I used to live. There is an area called the Reeperbahn, which is kind of famous. It's strange. It's this long road where there are sex shops and prostitutes, like everywhere. And it's where all of the cool pubs or bars in town are, and it's where all of the nightclubs, if you want to go dance or anything, are. It's basically where everybody in the entire city goes on a Friday night. And I used to live a block from the Reeperbahn. So all my mates used to come over to my place Friday afternoon, and then we'd have a beer at my place and then go around the corner and go to the Reeperbahn. And then we would go to Thai karaoke. There was this Thai bar, which was full of Thai prostitutes.
I'm just going to close the door so my mother doesn't hear this.
Oh, dear.
Right, continue.
So it was this small Thai bar, and it was full of Thai gangsters, like guys who had noticeable bulges under their arm.
Yeah.
Really cute, scantily clad, very small, tiny Thai prostitutes, and constantly karaoke. Like they were just always doing karaoke. So me and my mates would always go there at like 2 or 3 in the morning, really drunk. And it was like this group of, we were from all over the place. Like, I'm not German. One of the guys was German. One of the guys was Finnish, weird collection of guys sitting with all of these huge Thai guys who were armed and tiny Thai prostitutes. And we were all taking turns doing karaoke. So one of the really big Thai gangsters would get up and sing in a really girly voice. Like he was always there, and he loved to sing, and he had this little tiny girly voice, but he was this huge dude with a gun.
Yeah.
And then I would get up with one of my mates and sing something, and then 3 of the prostitutes would get up and do a song together, or whatever. It was hilarious. So much fun.
Belltube's comment made me splutter laughing there as well.
And they're waiting patiently.
Yes, I need to drop. So thanks for the sprint and the wonderful chat. And
Good to see you, Neetha.
We will see you again soon, no doubt.
Yeah, go start reading Farseer again immediately, because you've obviously forgotten a lot.
You've forgotten too much.
Yeah.
Can I bribe you to delete the stream?
No. Not more than I can make sure.
I already, while we were doing the sprint, I made multiple copies of it in the cloud just to make sure it doesn't get lost.
I don't believe that.
For
Anyway,
future blackmail.
thanks. It's nice meeting you, David.
Yeah, lovely to chat to you.
Yeah.
See you,
I
Nathan.
went to karaoke one night here, and this is a very rich cultural area. Auckland it's the biggest Pacifica city in the South Pacific. And this enormous, beautifully brown man, just enormous man who would frighten rugby players. He sang Massachusetts by the Bee Gees beautifully. And he came off stage, and I was like, I have to tell him that was amazing. And I probably came to this guy's belly button. He was enormous. And I was like, okay, what did you do with the little white guy inside you? And he just cracked up laughing. And we had a brilliant evening for the rest of the evening. He came and hang out with us. But it's always surprising, the voices that sometimes come out of people at karaoke. Always.
That was also a sort of funny quote in that episode I was talking about. The mother, when the video comes on at the towards the end of the episode, the mother is like, "So who's that guy?" And the daughter's like, "Mom, that's Rick Astley." And she's like, "What? He's not black?" Because Rick Astley's voice, I mean, like if you just hear it, I would also sort of skew towards thinking sounds like a black guy, No. He doesn't sing like there's also in Ted Lasso, there's an amazing karaoke episode where the same woman who plays the daughter, the actress's name is Hannah Waddingham. She's this stunning.
She is. She was the
Six-
same nun.
She was the shame nun, but in Ted Lasso,
Oh,
she's dressed up
she's
with and has
gorgeous.
makeup, and she's like 6'2". She's this
Yeah.
huge, extremely impressive looking woman, and she's just gorgeous. And she's got like a waist like this and hips like that, and she's amazing. And they go to karaoke, and it's a football team. The whole idea of Ted Lasso is an American lower grade football coach goes to coach a pretty big deal, reasonably big deal British football team. And they all go to karaoke, the whole team. And they're all doing, what you do at karaoke. You're dumb and you can't sing and you're drunk and you just have a good time. And then she gets up there. And she is an actress. It actually has a huge background in stage theater.
Yeah,
and
she
is an amazing singer. And she sings Let It Go from Frozen, because she's kind of singing it to one of her goddaughter, who they used to watch the movie together all the time. And she sings that, and everyone's like,
Yeah.
oh my God. And she's really good. She's really, really good. It's amazing. Such a good show. Such a good show. I highly recommend it.
I'm just reading this comment from Arnold that he did Princess of the Universe. Anyone in Tempting Queen, kudos. So
Freddie
much
Mercury
kudos.
had a range.
Insane.
You always have these people who do karaoke and then they choose a song enthusiastically and then they realize that they have chosen.
I can't do that.
Yeah.
Why?
Halfway through Take On Me or Life on Mars and they realize they made a mistake.
Funnily enough, also in Ted Lasso, there's a bit where they mention Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, you can't do it.
And they're like, and the joke is that they were looking for, in the past, they were looking for an anthem for the team.
Yep.
A lot of the British football teams, they have an anthem, which is a popular song that everybody in the stands just sings
never
it.
walk alone.
And exactly. And they were joking that the team in the show, AFC Richmond, which doesn't exist, it's a made up team, that they in the past were owned by Freddie Mercury, and he was trying to make Fat Bottom Girls their anthem. And
which is fine, but have you ever tried to
and then
sing it?
well, yeah, exactly. And then they realized that like nobody in the stands has a 4-octave range like Freddie Mercury does. So you can't really sing any of his songs unless you really know what you're doing.
I've tried
Everybody
most of them,
finds
and
the key.
the only one I can somewhat do is Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Aside from that, they're all just impossible. You have to unhinge your jaw to pretty much.
Yeah. Crazy Little Thing Called Love is mostly pretty low. I could probably manage that with my voice as well.
No, it's almost impossible to sing.
My video and audio are not synced again. Yeah, my internet is kind of garbage.
You're looking okay to me.
But if you're on the screen, you're receiving it differently than people who are watching directly on YouTube.
Yeah.
I was talking about it earlier. I should have fiber optic, but Telecom are idiots.
That's right.
So
At
I don't
least
have
two
fiber
reasons
optic right now.
Fiberton have not been working. When I first moved in here, it took so long to get my fiber connected. And it turns out it had been connected this whole time and it wasn't working because it had been installed upside down.
Okay. Yeah, I won't go over it again for the people who were here earlier, but the basic story with me is that the guy who came to install the fiber optic cable that goes into our building, not into my flat, but into our building, he installed it through an active chimney.
Which, in a country where everyone with a chimney has to keep it clear, is not only irresponsible.
And then, I mean, one of the really, really cool things about Germany, I just love some of these weird, charming historical things. Germany still has chimney sweeps.
Yeah.
Like proper chimney sweeps. And the guy turns up at your house. I mean, most of what they do now is they check smoke detectors, but they also clean chimneys because a lot of buildings like mine have active chimneys. And the guy turns up and he's dressed in this traditional chimney sweep outfit from like the 18th century. He didn't have like a child with him that he was going to throw down the chimney or anything like they did in the 18th century, but they have this uniform. Also, when you want to become a carpenter, you do an apprenticeship.
Mhm.
You do a journeyman piece. If your journeyman piece is good enough, your master lets you go on your journey as a journeyman, and you travel around the country. You are not allowed to own anything. You're not allowed to have anything you can't carry on your back, and you work for free. A friend of mine's done this. A friend of mine is a master carpenter, and he did his journeyman year, and you do it for a year. And the deal is you just rock up at somebody's house and say, have you got any work for a carpenter? And they say, yeah, sure. And you say, okay, great. And they feed you and give you a place to sleep, and you do the work for them.
Fix the things. Yeah.
And then you move on.
Are you sure this isn't like the book that you're reading right now is currently like melding with your brain? And
No, this is modern Germany. It still happens. And you cannot, because it's so regulated and there are guilds and everything, you are not legally allowed to call yourself a master carpenter until you've done your journeyman year and you've done your journeyman piece and your master has approved it and signed and stamped all of the forms and whatever, and then you can be a master.
So you literally are a journeyman. You go wandering.
That's where the word journeyman comes from.
That is
You have to do
phenomenal.
a journey. And journeyman, and like I was at a company Christmas dinner at a big Italian restaurant. We're having a nice dinner, and there's like 20 of us or something. And these two guys come in, and you can recognize them because they also have a uniform. They wear this it's all sort of corduroy like pants, and usually big black hats, white shirts, and a very specific shape of sort of black vest. And they usually carry sticks. And these two guys dressed like this, and they look like they're something out of the 18th century as well. They come into the restaurant and bang their sticks on the ground. And they say in German, we are journeymen. We've been in Hamburg for 2 nights, and we would like beer and dinner. And we are willing to trade beer and dinner for jokes and stories.
Awesome.
And we're all like, a bunch of guys from an internet company who are all drunk already. We're like, hey, come over here, And these two guys came over and sat with us and told us stories and jokes all night. And we're like, yeah, bring them some pasta, bring them some beers. And we just hung out with them for an hour, and they told us all about their weird life as journeymen. And then they pissed off.
I'm just imagining someone walking into a British pub and going, buy me beer and I will tell you jokes and stories and see how...
But it's a cultural tradition. Like everybody knows what journeymen are, and everybody has a very, it's a young guy trying to develop his career, and
It sounds awesome, though. We don't have
they do sound like Mormon missionaries, except they don't suck. Like they're Mormon missionaries if Mormon missionaries were actually fun and interesting.
But
we
very,
did very
used to have our own wizard. He's sadly left us, but he was employed by the council, and he was the Wizard of New Zealand. And
the Wizard of New Zealand, not just the Wizard of Wellington,
isn't it? The Wizard of New Zealand.
No, he was the Wizard of Christchurch. That's where he was based.
Okay.
But everybody knew who the wizard was, and he would bless things, and he would cast spells on things, and it was his job. He was the full-time wizard of New Zealand, and this was reasonably recently. He only died in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
But,
Your places sound so magical. In Glasgow, all we have is rain and substance abuse. Like
we have that here too. we have rain and substance abuse aplenty in Berlin.
You can apply for a job to be the witch. You have to be prepared to live on an island on your own for a year and look after yourself and support yourself and the whole thing on this island. But you can apply to be a witch in Scotland.
Do you have to be female? I could live on an island and take care of myself for a year. In New Zealand, it sounds awesome.
You do have to be a female. Walks on noses help.
I think living on a small Scottish island sounds very romantically interesting, but the reality is it's you and the sheep.
Brutal.
Yeah, true.
Yes, we had a Wizard of New Zealand.
It's a fair question, Aslan. Wait a sec, just that I'm understanding.
We don't have a new wizard because Christchurch, not long after the wizard died, Christchurch had a massive earthquake that pretty much wiped out most of the city.
I was
And
in Christchurch like 3 months after the earthquake, and it was
Really?
dire. It was serious. Yeah, I went for a walk in the morning because the neighborhood where my friends where I was staying, where they lived, looked basically okay. The only weird thing was I went out in the street, I walked around and looked a bit, and I was like, oh, it doesn't look too bad. I came back and said to my friends, I was like, it doesn't look too bad, but what are all the little piles of bricks in the street? Because like right at the edge of the street, in front of every house was a pile of bricks. I was like, what's that about? And they were like, oh, those are collapsed chimneys.
Mm.
Everybody's chimney got shook down, but the houses were basically okay. But one morning I got up really early and I was like, oh, I don't want to bother anybody. I'm going to go for a walk and just see the neighborhood. And I turned a corner, and the street that I turned into had no shit, a meter wide, 2 meter gap running down the middle of it. The street had just ripped open.
Yeah.
I could have completely hidden myself in one of these things if I jumped down in it. It was just, and then there were, road-blocked sort of things on either end of the road. But I just turned a corner and I was like, everything looks fine, everything looks fine, everything looks fine. And then I turned around, I was like, oh, now it looks like the apocalypse. What the hell?
Yeah. Like
it was
almost
dire.
some of the images, and that it was very much, there would be like a massive crack in a big straight line,
right,
where one side was 2 feet taller than the bit next to it. And it was, as you say, you could turn the camera sort of 10 degrees and it looks like nothing happened.
Yeah.
But then you get this sight of just the most incredible geological violence that you could imagine.
It was crazy.
Like, whoa.
And this was kind of on the it was well away from the epicenter of the earthquake where my friends lived, but we went into town and they knew somebody who was actually on the disaster engineering team, and she gave us hard hats and took us in some of the buildings. And she was like, technically, like, building could collapse on us, so if it does, you've kind of got no rights, like your family's not going to get any money, but if you still want to go in, I'll show you. And we went in, and just some of the buildings downtown, well, first of all, every building everywhere had these huge red or orange or green spray paint things on them, because the disaster engineers like her, they went around, evaluated the building. If it had a red on it, it was going to be torn down and it was illegal to go in it. If it was orange, it was going to be torn down, but it wasn't in danger of imminent collapse. And if it was yellow, it might be reparable. They just sort of classified every building for kilometers.
There are still people going.
It was rough.
Commission for payout on their houses in Christchurch.
Yeah.
When was the earthquake?
2003.
I think I was there in 2007, 9, maybe 2009, something like that.
Yeah.
It makes me think of I wasn't there for it, but it makes me think of the earthquake in Tohoku in, I think, 2011, because everyone even now has an earthquake story. Yeah, Christchurch.
I mean, the probably the hardest thing, what my friend said anyway, the hardest thing in Christchurch was like about a quarter of the city were instantly unemployed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because the building that their business was in didn't exist anymore. It just collapsed.
Yeah.
There was no office to go to. The company had to file for bankruptcy. So what happened is like a third of the entire city within 3 months left.
Yeah, because there's no work.
They just stayed with family in Wellington or Auckland, or they just moved out of Christchurch. So it was a pretty dire place for a while.
For a while, there was concern here that Christchurch would cease to be a place people lived, because they did close schools and they closed hospitals. Like the basic infrastructure of the city stopped, and it took a long time for people to feel confident that you could live in Christchurch.
You know what saved Christchurch, or at least from my perspective, because I have a lot of friends who qualify. What saved Christchurch was Czech people.
Yeah.
I had no shit, like 12 friends from the Czech Republic who moved to Christchurch because New Zealand said anybody from anywhere who wants to come here and work
If you can build,
especially if you can build, we will take you.
That's
Come.
interesting because I know that New Zealand is notoriously stingy with its visas.
They opened it up for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
They were like, you will come, you'll be on a contract to do building work for 2 years. And you are allowed to come and stay for that 2 years. And then after that, we can see about your visa and everything. But I had so many Czech Republic friends and Polish friends. They were like, woo, we're going to New Zealand.
Yeah.
You know, they were just like, this is cool. You know,
because and building everywhere else in the country stopped because everybody was rebuilding Christchurch. It screwed with our economy so badly that it was.
You know what they should have done? They should have called the wizard.
Well, they couldn't.
Well, the wizard had died shortly before, right? So
he had, okay.
It's not the wizard's fault for not hanging on longer.
And for not training an apprentice. That's the real failure. I mean, we've had how many books about wizards training apprentices, and he didn't.
Well, there you go. But it was a big deal. It was.
If only he had a pug.
Is it fully recovered, or
most of Christchurch you'd never know there'd been this huge earthquake. But as a country, we're also kind of okay with our cities getting knocked over by earthquakes. It happened in Napier about 100 or so years ago, and the whole city got rebuilt. And it's the only city in the world where everything is Art Deco. Because it all got rebuilt.
Rebuilt at the same time. Right.
And like it's a tourist spot for that now. I'm like, okay, that's kind
of cool. One of the things I found that was really cool about Christchurch, I mean, at the time, and this was pretty soon after the earthquake, is there was a place in the middle of town, technically pretty, like just around the corner, within sight of where the epicenter of the earthquake was. And they had moved in all of these shipping containers.
Oh, yes.
And stacked them up and cut holes in them. And they had made this little shipping container outdoor mall where you could go and you could get a really good feed, and you could go, there was a little shop that sold stuff, you know, and it was right in the middle of all of this wreckage, you know, and I thought, okay, this city's got spirit. Like they're not sitting around whining about stuff. They're like already making something good.
Called the Student Army, because there's a big university in Christchurch, and not too far is the University of Otago. And so there's a lot of students in that area of New Zealand, and they formed the Student Army, where basically they said, we are bodies. What do you need done?
Yeah.
And this army of students came and just was shoveling out liquefied mud from everybody's, you know, front porches, or all of the job that just needs manpower. And they came through Christchurch, and they were like this massive thing. And now when anything big happens, it's like, is there a student army? We need the student army. And, you know, usually they show up. But
they also had a citywide competition for the best decorated porta potty.
Yep,
because everybody's pipes were broken, so the toilets in the houses didn't work. Everybody got a porta potty in front of their house, behind their house, next to their house. And a lot of people started doing interesting things with their porta potties, you know, put a little white picket fence around it, or, you know, whatever. And then they had this huge photo competition. You could send photos somewhere, and everybody could vote on what was the most attractive porta potty in Christchurch.
Porta potty.
I was going to say that the city that always astounds me in terms of like its closeness to danger is Seoul in South Korea. Because if you look at it on a map, like North Korea is right there, man. Like a short walk will take you to North Korea, and everyone there is just kind of chilling out and living their lives. And you could, if you threw a stone hard enough, I think you'd probably hit the border.
Yeah, we don't have to fear anything from any foreign country. Like, we're fine. Even our air currents come over the Antarctic to us. So even if nuclear fallout happens, we're going to get the least. Like, this is the place to be.
I mean, you guys get
is basically the same. I mean, China has already invaded Australia, so that's already done.
Yeah, Japan's already done it. It's all good. But it's also, our biggest city, Auckland, has 47 dormant volcanoes.
Really?
Which has already been wiped out once by an earthquake. Wellington has earthquakes. We have to worry about the actual globe wiping us out.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It was the first place that I experienced an earthquake. Like I was there for Buddhist stuff. I was doing Buddhist travel, and I was staying in the Buddhist center, and we had a day, like the second day I was there, where I was leading the meditation. We're all in the Gompa, the meditation room. We're all meditating, so it's quiet and everyone's still. And then I can hear the statues on the altar behind me sort of going tick, 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 tick.
Yeah.
And I opened my eyes and I looked around, and I looked at my Kiwi friends who were right in front of me in the front of the group. And one of them, she opened her eyes and she was like,
"Nah, it's fine.
It's fine. It's just an aftershock." I was like, okay. So we just kept meditating, and it happened 2 more times while we were meditating. But no big deal.
You get to a point. I did last year. We had a 6 point something not far from Wellington, and it was quite a big jolt one.
George.
But it was like 4 a.m, and so it wakes you up because they're loud. People don't tell you that earthquakes are loud. They're really loud. They sound like a truck hitting something outside your house. It's big. It's a big bang, and of course everything jolts, and you wake up and you're like, oh my god. And I remember waking up for this one that was a 6 point something, and my phone goes off because it's an earthquake, and I'm like, a bit late now, thinking, is this the pre-shock? Do I need to get out of bed to get somewhere safe, or is this the main earthquake?
Is it actually worth getting up?
The weird thing is with earthquakes is that the weird thing with earthquakes is that unless your phone goes off, and it is terrifying when the phone goes off, your brain hasn't really registered it by the time it's kind of halfway done. So you kind of realize, if the time was to have moved and kind of escape, it's too late. I guess I'll just hang out here and see what happens. I had a friend who was on the subway in Tokyo when everyone's phone just started going "Jishin gakimasu," like the earthquake is coming, and apparently it was the scariest thing ever because you're sitting there in this tube and about 50 phones start ringing.
You can do.
You're like, oh yeah, I'll see what happens.
Yeah.
It is a very fatalistic kind of feeling. You're like, okay, this is how I go out. This is how I go out.
Yeah.
Seeing Christchurch not long after the earthquake, I was like, New Zealand's a nice place. I don't think I want to live here. It was crazy. Like I said, a lot of it looked fine, but a lot of the places we went to, there were just like 10-story, 20-story buildings were just piles of rubble. There was a church that was just totally collapsed. A really nice old granite church just completely collapsed, and just stuff like that all over the place.
Germany's right in the middle of the tectonic plates, isn't it? So you're pretty much
Germany. Like if I ever felt anything shaking in Germany, I would just think a truck had driven by.
Yeah,
a really big, loud truck. Like it's super stable.
Specialists on the news, obviously at the time, and one of them said something that stuck with me. And they're like, "Okay, they tell you that this continent has moved, 6 feet over the last this many centuries. What they don't tell you is that for the vast majority of those centuries, it hasn't moved at all. That isn't an average over a long period of time because a little bit is happening at one go. No, all of that movement will be happening in one big jolt."
Yeah.
And that's what people forget. The planet doesn't do things in slow motion. When it changes fast.
Well, it does do things in slow motion in sensible places. Not New Zealand, but like most of the Earth, the plates drift pretty slowly and don't make a big deal about it.
So you say that, but
They're
there's
low-key
things
plates.
like
chill
pages
plates.
where the ice will go so quickly that you can see the drag marks a boulder left as it was moved by the ice. That don't happen unless they're moving with some kind of pace. And so there's an element.
Although glacier, like I hiked, I climbed Carbon Glacier in Washington State in the U.S. And hiked up Mount Rainier and walked around Carbon Glacier a whole bunch. And I mean, it looks like landscape. Yeah. It's not moving in any kind of noticeable way.
Not on the top.
But as soon as you turn your back.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait a second, it wasn't there. It was there. Yeah. I took a bunch of, I was doing a lot of landscape photography at the time. I took a bunch of photos and I came back, was sorting and editing all my photos. And then it really occurred to me what Carbon Glacier was, even though I had walked all over it. But I had this photo and it was like half of the photo was the glacier itself, which looks like gray stone. You know, it doesn't look like ice. It doesn't look anything like you imagine ice. And the rest of it was dark stone and dirt and stuff. And then I was like, what is that fleck on there? And I zoomed way in and I was like, oh, that's a person. There's like this little person right at the base of the glacier. So you really got a feeling for the size of it.
The scale, yeah.
And even still, it's huge. It's absolutely massive. It's like a piece of landscape and the whole thing is ice. But it should have been much bigger.
Oh yeah.
You know,
The
like
thing is-
all of the signs and stuff in the ranger station,
Yeah,
and they were
it's
showing like how much
sitting
it
on
had
a
melted, and
moving-
yeah,
What's
and
that?
it's
The whole thing is
it's a
moving.
river. You
And-
know, it's an ice river.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The world is dangerous. And knock on wood, I shan't be here for anything epoch defining. I don't want to live through that.
How's Discovery, Derry?
It's really good. It's taking me ages because
Heard
it's
that.
new and there's a lot of not so much lore, but there's a lot of story
World
building elements that I have to wrap my head around. I'm really enjoying it. It's really good. Like there are characters in it and you're like, oh, this person's really weird. And then you get a bit of backstory and you're like, wow, this is so fascinating. So yeah.
It's shorter. I got my copy yesterday, and it's shorter than I thought. It's only
Yeah, it's
300 pages. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Really enjoying it.
I'm always so happy when friends of ours put out a book, and we've got quite a few of them, and
Yeah.
you can honestly say it's good. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to be polite. You know, I was really nervous when Philip's book came out. I was like, of course I'm going to read it. Like Philip Chase has been writing a book for 18 years and he finally gets it published.
Yeah.
I'm going to read it. But I was super nervous. I was like, what if it's garbage? I didn't really imagine that he would write a garbage book, but you never know, you know.
That's why when I read that's why when I read Severed Echoes, I was like, I'm just gonna read this in private, in secret. I'm not gonna
I've
tell
got
anyone.
but I will.
Yeah, and I'm like, I will only tell anyone about it once I finish it if I like it. And
If
I
it's
like
good,
it.
yeah.
So,
That's a good strategy. I have
Yeah.
Dan 2 and 3 over there as well. I didn't realize how kind of the opposite of Discovery. They're weighty books, man. I took them
yeah.
out of the packaging and I felt like this brick. So
Yeah.
yeah.
They're not tiny.
I've only read Way of It, Dan. I enjoyed it immensely, but
I've also only read the first one. I haven't gotten to the second and third yet.
yeah.
Also Tori's book. I mean, not the one that just came out, but the previous one, Legends of Bruhai.
Yeah, Bloodstones. Yeah.
Bloodstones. She's a really good friend, and I was also like, man, I hope I love this. Luckily, I loved it. So
I'll
Yeah,
send
I'm
you some of
really
my old
nice.
poetry, Matt, so you have something to dislike.
no, that's okay. That's okay. I have so little time in my life for bad anything, and I have a lot of time in my life, actually. Like especially right now. I have
even
tons of
time-
time in my life, but I still don't have any time in my life for reading stuff that isn't good. That's why I'm like religious about DNFing. I'm just like, if I'm not into it by 100 pages, I might give it another 50, but I might also just chuck it.
Meanwhile, I got to book 11 of the Wheel of Time, and
Needed to do what Carl did and just not read the middle six. That
Yeah.
was a piece of performance art that just remains unbeaten for me. That's just, dude, that was awesome.
Every time I talk to or hear about anyone who's read the whole series, I want to read it less.
I say don't skip the middle 6, skip the middle 14 is what I'd say there.
Well, I mean, I know if I can go a few days without wanting to pick a book up, I start to think, well, do I want to finish it? And then I have to ask myself, do I care? And I've learned to ask myself that earlier than I used to, but it's very much a case of, do I care what happens to these characters? And if I can honestly say no, then I've not finished that book because I don't care.
I mean, it's really easy to decide to DNF if I'm like actively annoyed at the book or the characters
When it's
or
boring, you
whatever.
can just go through.
But
and
if
you're
it's
like,
if I find I'm exactly the same way. I'm very character oriented.
yes,
I've read books that had maybe interesting plots, like there were interesting larger events in the story,
but if I don't care,
but I just didn't care what happens to the characters. And I'm like, I don't understand why I'm reading this.
I
That's the case.
struggle with DNF. I don't know if it's just like a kind of completionist. You put it on the Goodreads and you feel like you have to see it through, sort of a thing. But I think also maybe sometimes I'm not quite certain how I feel about a book. Like I'm convincing myself I'm enjoying it. I've joked about Empire of Silence a few times, and I've heard that book 2 is really good. But I think I was convincing myself that I was enjoying that first book more than I actually was. And it's only in hindsight I kind of went, actually, this wasn't for me. Yeah.
I also WFL books sometimes. Waffle. Yeah, I call it waffle. It means we'll finish later.
Yeah.
Right. And I will like the first book of Wars of Light and Shadow by Jenny Wirtz. I was reading it. I was like, I know this is excellent. I know I would probably be totally into this if I was in a completely different frame of mind than I currently am. So I'm not going to diss it and I'm not going to DNF it. And I will probably pick it up again later. But I'm just, like you said, Derry, I had it sitting on my desk for like a week. And I never once had the feeling, oh man, I'm going to sit down and read now. And I'm going to read that, you know.
So what was the last book that you looked at it and you couldn't like, you had to pick it up?
B-Speaker. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, Bearhead, the previous book in this trilogy, Bearhead more than this. Like Bearhead, I was constantly like, oh, damn, what happens next?
You finished it in like 24 hours, didn't you?
Yeah, something like that.
Hours?
Maybe 36. It was 2 days, basically, yeah.
Peter makes the point, I think, that a lot of us struggle with, that sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Where if it's a long series, it gets even harder to finish, to DNF rather, because you've read so much and you've invested so much time. The concept of not finding out how it ends, even if you're not enjoying getting there anymore, it's really difficult.
The really important thing about the sunk cost fallacy concept is the word fallacy.
Yeah.
The word fallacy means that the sunk cost concept in general is idiocy.
Yeah.
Right? It's a dumb thing.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I still am looking at books 12, 13, 14 of the Wheel of Time and going, oh, it's only 3,000 more pages. I wonder if I can just take that one off. But guys, I'm going to have to take off. I should have slept about 2 hours ago. So thank you for having me. It's been wonderful.
Cool,
really
man. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
So I'm actually the opposite.
How much bee speaking happens in Bee Speaker? Not much bee speaking happens in Bee Speaker so far. Bee thinking, but not bee speaking.
Sure. But I am the opposite in that I will find any and every reason to not read a book. So,
like you're pre-DNFing books.
Yeah. I mean, there's like so I was actually thinking about it as you guys were talking of like, what is my defining line between taste testing a book and finding it's not, for me for right now versus an actual DNF. And I realized if I read it in more than one sitting, and then I DNF it after like the second or third sitting, then that's a DNF. If I read it and then I'm not really feeling this, that's just a taste test. So
yeah, fair enough.
I DNF'd Outlander. I remember DNFing Outlander because the woman at the center of it is a nurse or a doctor. She's medical.
Yeah, she's
and she hadn't heard of trying to think. I can't even think now who it was, but she hadn't heard of somebody well known. And I thought, no, I don't believe you. That was me. I was done. I was like, nah, I can't take this seriously.
Florence Nightingale, maybe?
Maybe
somebody I vaguely remember. Yeah.
Like a name that I associate with the birth of modern medicine.
Sounds like Florence Nightingale, yeah.
And I remember thinking, you can't be in this field and not know.
Yeah, even with the context of her being from the 1940s,
if you literally know more.
Yeah.
So yeah, it bothered me so much. I was like, no.
Just quickly, Peter. Bee Speaker is out. If you're in the US, you can only get the hardback. I don't remember where you are, But if you're, at least in Germany, I could get the paperback in English. I assume in Europe you can probably get the paperback because, well, we talked about it last pub, I think, that Germany has some very specific, or yesterday actually in Tori Stream.
Those are some pretty cool rules.
Yeah, Germany has some really specific laws about books. The cultural value of books is recognized by law, and you cannot change prices of books. Book prices are basically fixed for everyone. So books cost on Amazon what they cost in your local bookshop. So we still have small local bookshops, which is awesome. Yeah. And I think it never occurred to me before, but we were talking about it. Evie could only get the hardback. We're reading Bee Speaker together. She could only get the hardback. And I was like, that's right. You can usually only get the hardback. In Germany, they both come out at the same time. And I think that's also probably because of regulations. You can't release the expensive version and not release the cheaper version or format at the same time. So I could get the paperback, although it's annoyingly a giant paperback with a cover that has nothing to do with the previous two covers. And I already bitched at Adrian about it. As soon as I got it, I was like, dude, how much input do you have on your covers? Because this is fucked. Like, it's they're huge and it's got a totally different cover, and the old covers were really nice. And he said they're re-releasing Dogs of War and Barehead, and hopefully he's going to send them to me. So, but it's still annoying.
Listen, you're really one of those booktubers that takes advantage and just gets free books. You're just doing this for the free books, Matt.
He offered. He's really nice about that. Like, I mean, we've got a very, I would say, casual acquaintanceship. Like,
I think it helps.
I text him every now and then, and he's friendly enough to reply.
Like text him, or do you just message him like on Blue Sky?
I mean, I message him on Blue Sky. Yeah,
okay.
I don't have his number. I do have his home address. I do have his home address, like postal address, but no, I message him on Blue Sky.
So you could stalk him. Cool.
Basically, yes. I've already sent a thing to his house, which is why I have his address. He gave it to me, of course. I didn't dox him or something.
I think I just like the fact that even having written so many books and being so well known in our little corner of the internet, that he was like, I totally will come and have a beer with you when you threw it out there. I love that.
I mean, he's also, I find it interesting thinking about sort of the levels of authors. Like, if I was a Brandon Sanderson fan and he was coming to Berlin to do an event, I would never write him.
No, it wouldn't even occur to you.
It wouldn't even occur to me, and I would never assume that it would even be possible that he would reply positively to that. Yes, there is a Fitz. Whereas Adrian isn't at that level. He's not like insane success. He's quite successful, and he's living off of writing, which is awesome. What did he say? For 8 years now. He quit his last job 8 years ago.
Really? Only 8 years ago?
Only 8 years ago. For a long time, he was still working as a lawyer. Yeah. But he's not crazy unapproachable kind of successful. So I thought, well,
it's
what's the worst that could happen?
It's definitely the
eyebrows. The weirdo eyebrows.
I love that man's eyebrows.
When I met him, I actually told him I was super disappointed, and he said, why? And I said, well, you trimmed your eyebrows recently, didn't you? He laughed. He was like, yeah, I have to do that occasionally. I'm like, oh yeah, you do. I wanted to actually see if I could put a pencil behind them, but now I can't. Yeah. Really, 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 really nice guy. Super nice guy.
Yes.
It was a pleasure to meet him. And he just keeps pumping out pretty damn good books.
He really does. Because was it you that just read Ogres recently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the horrible, violent stab in the back from Evie, where we were technically reading it together, and she started it and finished it before I even started it and didn't tell me. Yes.
Peter,
permanent scar.
I agree with that. So Robin Hobb,
It's so cool.
Tchaikovsky, I would freak out if I met them. Even though it was just virtual, I did freak out when I met Simon Jimenez, and I managed to pull myself together.
You did an excellent job. That interview is so good.
I crowdfunded those questions, so really, all bravo to everyone that sent me questions.
Yeah, but you're the one who had to actually sit there and keep your shit together enough to ask them.
Yeah, and you did, and we're very proud.
You did a very good job.
Because I don't know.
This is the benefit of rereading, everyone. Okay, I reread the crap out of those books, and so I know them almost like the back of my hand. I actually probably know them better than the back of my hand because I could tell you very little about the back of my hands.
I agree with that in terms of having read one. I know them better than the back of my own hands.
Yeah, and you're like that'll. I don't know.
You know what? You know what though? That doesn't matter at all. It's totally irrelevant. Like, because when I met Adrian, one of the first things I said to him was,
True.
I almost feel like I don't deserve to meet you because I've only actually read one of your books, and I've got friends who've read I've got one friend who's read all of your books. I've got friends who've read 10 of your books. They should be here. I shouldn't, but you happen to be in Berlin and I live here. So
let me just make the caveat of, when it comes to interviewing or something like that.
Oh, right. Yeah. Then you want to know.
Because I think I don't remember if I mentioned this during like if basically I didn't make the edit of the interview or whatever, but I do remember telling Simon Jimenez, I was like, I watched, some interviews that you had done with magazines, and I read some interviews that you did. I was like, I'm going to try and not ask you the same questions, basic questions that they all ask. I was like, but if I do, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Where would you say Justin should start? Evie.
Never read Tchaikovsky. Where should I start? Anita would kill me if I didn't say Guns of the Dawn.
Guns of the Dawn, right. Peter already said that.
Yeah, so Guns of the Dawn is an option. I actually, if you remove Made Things out of the equation, I restarted Adrian Tchaikovsky with City of Last Chances, and I adored it, obviously.
I've read a bunch of this, and none of them have been a fail. They've all done really, really well with what they were trying to do. I've read Guns of the Dawn. I've read Children of Time. I've read Ogres. I've read, I can't think of it. It's another one of the novellas.
Elder Race.
I can't remember. But they were all great. So it depends on what you like, Justin.
Yeah, Justin, it depends. It depends a lot on what you like. I would suggest maybe just as a taste test a novella.
Yeah.
I personally don't think Guns of the Dawn is one of his best books. I liked it. Don't get me wrong. It's not a bad book, but I don't think it's one of his best books. I would recommend maybe a novella just as a taste test. I started with Elder Race. That was the first thing I ever read by him. I would not necessarily recommend it. It's also very good, but I would recommend Ogres because Ogres is crazy good.
It is really good.
Ogres is absolutely awesome. And it's in a collection. Where is it? I forget what it's called. Wait just a sec.
Yeah. I was lucky. My library down the road here, I don't know if they had a deal going with somebody or what, but they have a whole bunch of fantasy science fiction novellas by Subpress. It's a hardback Subpress editions.
Damn it, I can't find it. Evie, what's the collection called that Ogres is in?
Terrible World's Revolutions.
Correct. Yeah, that's it. I don't know why I couldn't find it, but I thought it was in a stack over there.
Of Time one, is it the Nebula?
Yeah. No, it was the Arthur C. Clarke. It won the Arthur C. Clarke Award, I think. This was funny. I really need to still do this. Probably everyone would think it was totally ridiculous, but I had a plan at the end of last year that I was going to do my 2024 Maddie Book Awards.
Yeah.
And I sent Adrian Tchaikovsky. I bought these award physical items.
Yep.
And because Tchaikovsky won one of the awards, I sent him one. That's why I have his address. I wrote him and I was like, dude, it would be funny if, you know, so I sent him one of these and he recorded a little video.
You can use it for this year. It's fine.
Accepting the award.
Nice.
And then he sent me a photo of my award next to his Arthur C. Clarke, next to his, he's won a couple of things. And he has a little award shelf and he's got all of his like real awards. And then he put my award sort of in front of those.
That is amazing.
I was like, that is very cool, dude. Thank you.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
And as to why he fits into this corner of the internet so well.
He's really, I mean, he's a lot like Stephen Erickson in that I think pretty much anybody who says, hey, I'd like to talk to you on YouTube, he'd be like, sure, let's find time.
Jenny Wirtz.
Yeah.
She was just,
Jenny is also awesome. Yeah.
To Shay over on Zachary Shay's channel.
Yeah. And she's in the chat a lot. Like she's been in the chat for the pub more than once. You know, she drops by and says hi all the time. Yeah.
Amazing lady.
Tharnal previously had a question that I swear I was not running to get out of here to avoid the question. Yes, unfortunately, I do know that wuthering is a real word.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe that it's. I'll just say my iPhone does not recognize it as a real word. So is it?
It is. It's just no longer in daily usage.
Are we really going to let Apple dictate the language to us? No.
It also doesn't recognize the word. What was the word that I was trying to type out and it kept trying to autocorrect on me?
I have written to Robby Hobb now.
I can't remember. But
did you get a reply?
Basically going, I love these books and I'm trying not to fangirl at you, but I love them so much.
Did she write back?
I still don't forgive you for killing this character off page. I understand why, but I'm not happy.
Did she write back?
No, I haven't heard.
I wrote an email to Robby Hobb at least a year
More
ago.
than once. I've written her as well.
Physical letter in the
Oh,
post,
okay.
so it may not even have arrived here yet. Who knows?
Wait, where did you send it to? Like her agent or something, or her publishing company?
Nope. She had a not a competition. She had a event on her website a while back, and it was about physical posting of postcards and things. And she was like, "Okay, if you write to this address, I will send a postcard."
There's also that bookstore that she collaborates with that has all of her signed copies and everything. I imagine you could probably send her a letter there.
Do the trip as often anymore.
Okay.
She doesn't go to. She doesn't go there anymore.
Oh, okay.
So she won't be doing the trip.
So yeah, Justin, just to wrap that up, I would say like a good taste test, read Ogres. If you want science fiction and you're ready for a novel, read Shards of Earth, which is the first in a trilogy. If fantasy instead of science fiction, City of Lost Chances, which is the first in probably 5 books. Yeah.
So, yes. And they'll all be good, at least.
Yeah.
Stephen King's.
Reader in the Desert, Sarah Beth, says Pretenders of the Throne, August 2026. He's starting a new series.
No.
Or is that... No, that's the next Tyrant Philosophers.
Architecture book.
Right,
Fourth one.
right.
And it's actually February. I think it's February in the UK, probably August in the US. So it's always
Wow.
Nice.
That's a big gap.
And a novella, Lives of Bitter Rain, is in October in US and UK.
Nice. Yeah, I need to get back on those. I've really been fighting with myself lately I should probably just let myself only read Adrian Tchaikovsky for a while. But I keep thinking, there's so many other things. I'm going to read Little Adrian, and I'm going to read something else, and read Little Adrian, and read something else. But I'm just constantly like, oh, there's the rest of the Tyrant Philosophers that I haven't read yet, and there's Doors of Eden that Tori gifted me, and there's Shadows of the Apt, which I have the first 3 books of already, and I should start those. And
Too many books.
Yeah.
Just
too
by
many damn
there's too many books in general, let alone too many
No,
books by Andrew Tchaikovsky to read.
There are not
Tchaikovsky's
enough.
a fucking fire hose. He needs to stop. He needs to let us all catch up for a little bit.
No.
No, I
Let
know.
them be prolific.
Yeah.
Be
just-
prolific. Like all the things.
oh yeah.
It's our fault. We don't have enough shelves and we don't have enough time. There is no such thing as too many books.
That's true. Thornall, I have not read The Expanse, but it is my favorite science fiction television ever. I have
Even
seen
if
the entire TV series. I've seen 3 times, I think, and I just recently bought the DVDs, so I'm going to be watching it some more. What did you ask, Derry? Sorry.
Even more than Battlestar or Firefly?
Absolutely. Yeah. Firefly is awesome for certain things, but there's so little of it.
It's also not hard to so
And it's also pretty badly produced. Like charming bad, like BBC bad, but it's not
very low
good.
budget.
Yeah, it's extremely low budget. Expanse had a pretty good budget, and they did so many things so beautifully, like visual effects, the ships, the armor and costumes and
To
everything.
be fair, there's
It's so
also
good.
like a 15-year difference between the two.
Yeah. No,
Like,
I'm not giving Firefly a hard time. I love Firefly.
It's all good.
I love
Peter has
Battlestar
mine.
Galactica as well, but The Expanse is better.
Peter appears to have seen both, and Peter's got me. I'm good. Because I only own 4 series on DVD. Supernatural, because I'm sorry, I just do.
I've been watching
Battlestar
that on and off. I never watched it back in the day. I just wasn't aware of
I
it really.
couldn't watch it back in the day because Jared Padalecki was in Gilmore Girls, and I didn't like his character, so I couldn't watch him in Supernatural until I'd got rid of that out of my
Okay.
head. But Supernatural, Battlestar Galactica, I have on DVD. Firefly, I have on DVD, and Dollhouse, I have on DVD. But they're
Okay.
the only things I own on DVD.
I never bought DVDs. Like back in the day, I probably had some that I don't have anymore. But recently, because I live in Germany, I watched The Expanse on Amazon Prime. The whole thing, probably twice on Amazon Prime. And recently I went to start a rewatch, and the first season came on, and it was in German. And I was like, oh, that's fine. I'll just change the language. I'm used to this. And I went to change language, and there was no English. I was like, what?
Yep.
They lost the licensing or some. I mean, it's the same company. Like, it's Amazon Prime. They produced it.
Yeah.
How could, like, what? So I was like, okay, I'm going to start buying the DVDs. I'm sick of like companies changing things out from under me. Peter, House of Open Wounds is much better first read experience than City of Lost Chances. I have heard that, and I am looking forward to reading it. And I really liked City of Lost Chances, but it never gripped me really. And I've heard that Open Wounds is maybe a bit grippier as far as that goes. Echoes of the Fall is a good fantasy series of his. Are you still talking about Tchaikovsky? Is that a Tchaikovsky series? Echoes of the Fall?
Is that?
Yeah, that's a valid reason,
Oh.
Peter.
Wait. Echoes of the Fall, isn't that the sequel trilogy to Shadows of the Apt? It's got like Hyena and Hawk.
Ooh, maybe.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah.
I love Shadia here. I still haven't got over that. That's why she hates Sam. This is Supernatural and Jared Padalecki.
Okay.
Seriously, he was awful in Gilmore Girls. He was just the worst.
That explains it, Ron. Yeah, the first season, that's right. The first season of the Expanse show was produced by Sci-Fi, not by Amazon. So they probably have lost the rights to show it in English in Germany. The international rights thing is so annoying. I recently got a VPN and borrowed my American stepmother's credit card so that I could subscribe to HBO Max.
With an American address.
And with the VPN, I could watch it. And I watched The Pit, which was awesome. And I started watching Doctor Who because they have all 13 seasons, and in Germany nobody does. And somehow HBO Max noticed that I was using a VPN, and now whenever I try and use it, I get an error message. You're using a VPN. Turn your VPN off.
Yeah.
I'm giving you money. You're getting my subscription money. Can you just shut up and show me what I want to see?
Yeah.
But yeah, my HBO subscription is now over, basically.
That's been my issue over the years. Is like, I want to pay you. I want to give you my money and watch this legally. I want to be able to do this by the book. Nobody here owns the right. It's not even that I don't have that particular subscription.
Yeah.
I literally cannot get it here.
It's the same. The Pit. I mean, I mostly got it because everybody on the Fireside Discord was raving about the Pit, that the Pit is this awesome medical drama.
I was only able to watch the first episode and it was amazing.
The Pit doesn't exist anywhere on any streaming anything in Germany. I have to use a VPN or torrent it.
Yeah.
You know, like if I want to watch it, the only way I can do it is those two options. So
and I'm prepared to give them money. Like I will pay you so I can watch it. I'm happy to pay for watching it. Yeah. But no.
Can you explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old? Because let's face it, I am when it comes to technology stuff. Can't you just turn off the VPN when you want to watch HBO Max and then turn it back on?
No. I have to turn it on because HBO Max will not show itself at all to anyone who is outside of America. So I have to turn the VPN on, which then pretends that my computer is in America. Right? And for a while it worked. If I had my VPN on and I had an American address selected with the VPN, it was all working fine, no problem. And then at some point, HBO recognized that I'm using a VPN. And since then, it won't work. And if I turn the VPN off, it gives me the standard reply that you would get if you were anyone else in Germany. You can't use this. Not available in your country, etc.
So aggravating.
Yeah, luckily, Peter, House of the Dragon is available on WoW, which is a German streamer, which is primarily the one that licenses HBO stuff, but they haven't licensed the Pit.
Yeah.
Yet. It might be that they're going to get it in the future, but they haven't licensed it. But they do have House of the Dragon, which is awesome.
What's wonderful is Neon is an offshoot of one of our public broadcasters, so it's not horribly expensive. And Neon has House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones. And they had the Pit, and then they created like another tier of subscription, and I can't afford it. So
yeah. Indeed, Ida. This is why we become pirates.
And it's, you know, again,
my eye patch is on the way. I can't get a parrot though. Fitz would not approve of a parrot, would you, Fitz? Fitz is obsessed.
Can't wait for us, to start getting random viruses from LimeWire downloads again.
Yeah, good old days. I was so LimeWiring like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Quite a lot, but that was back before people had figured out that we would actually pay for digital streaming or figured out how to give it to us.
Yeah, Spotify went, hang on a minute, people will pay.
I've always like I was there when the big turning point was iTunes.
Yes.
iTunes was the huge turning point because iTunes was the first time anyone had ever said, here's music digitally and here's music that isn't part of an album.
Yeah.
That was the important thing. They broke it down to the song level and they were like, you can buy a song, which is what everybody wanted, like, since music has existed.
Yeah, that's why the Milwaukee top 10 singles chart.
Just give me a song. I don't want an album. I just want the song. And iTunes broke all of that and said, here are songs, here they are digitally. And of course, people were happy to pay for it.
Yeah. Because it was easy and it was legal and it wasn't going to put a virus on your computer.
As soon as there was iTunes, I was like, okay, I'm not pirating music anymore. Like, I'm super happy to pay for it, but I'm not super happy to pay for it the way you forced me to pay for it.
That's right.
Anyway,
that's a whole thing.
It's quite late here.
Bizarre thing.
It is quite late here. I am going to probably not quite go to bed yet, but I'm certainly going to get out of the pub. So I'm going to throw you all out of the pub. It has, as always, been a pleasure. Thank you, Evie and Derry, for joining and staying this long. Thank you for everybody in the chat who is still here. It's actually kind of weird. Usually I see a sort of steady drop off. Like usually we'll get like 40-ish people in the first hour, and then towards the end it's like 15. And now this time it's been between 40 and 30 the whole time. There's still 30 people here apparently, which is crazy.
Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Yeah, I guess a lot of you have nothing to do on a Sunday night or afternoon or morning or Monday morning or wherever you are, whatever time it is. It has been an absolute pleasure as always. Thank you all for joining. I hope you all have a wonderful week. I hope you're all reading awesome books and get a lot of awesome reading done this week. And I will see you. Yeah, exactly. Evie with her sexy hardcover of Bee Speaker. And Discovery and more Bee Speaker with a dumb cover.
Listen, it's growing
Adrian.
on me. It's growing on me.
I don't know. I liked the previous ones were the UK covers, the previous UK covers. The old American covers are garbage. They're boring as hell. But the old UK covers were done in a USSR propaganda influenced style.
Oh, not that one. Okay.
And I love those. They're really nice. The American ones are garbage. But yeah. Anyway, see you all later. Have a lovely week. See you next Sunday.
Alrighty.